Test, test, test. please welcome Atlantic Live President Margaret Lowe.
Good morning. Good morning and welcome. It's wonderful to be here and to see such a full house for this Atlantic Workshop on Inclusion in Silicon Valley, which just happened to land on the same day as tech leaders are meeting with the president-elect in New York City. And I think what it underscores, if nothing else, is the centrality of Silicon Valley in this country's future. As the voice of God, who you'll hear across the course of today, said, I'm Margaret Lowe. I'm president of Atlantic Live, the events division of The Atlantic, where we try to tackle some of the most pressing issues of our time. And I think it's fair today that today's topic fits that bill. We're going to spend our time together talking about inclusion in the workplace and in the surrounding communities. The two are inextricably linked. And these issues are critical not just to those of you in this room or to people who work here or live here, but for the nation as a whole, because issues of inclusion and diversity, gender and racial equality play out across the country. It seems fitting, too, that we're here at the Computer History Museum, right at the heart of the Central Valley, of the Silicon Valley, I should say, because in the American imagination, this valley has a kind of magical allure. It's the capital of what's next, a place that's fueled by hope that technological advances will create economic growth, expand opportunity, and improve all of our lives. And despite these aspirations, the Valley has some big issues to confront, and this is hardly news to anyone in this room. There is a stark economic divide, astonishing wealth side by side with profound poverty. And in the companies who call this area home, women and people of color still make up a fraction of the workforce, especially in technology and management roles. So today we're going to explore what's required to create a Silicon Valley that expands opportunity for everyone in this powerful orbit. And Silicon Valley itself has an opportunity, I think, to provide an example for the rest of the country. Given the financial and intellectual capital that's here, there is, I believe, reason for optimism. Before we start, I do want to take a moment to thank our underwriters, or perhaps in this crowd, I should say, our early investors. They helped make today possible, and they are the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, Intel, Google, the Hewlett Foundation, Capital One, Steelcase, and PayPal. PayPal was an early believer in the vision we had for this gathering, and we're so grateful for that. And therefore, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Franz Pasch. He's Senior Vice President for Corporate Affairs and Communications at PayPal, and he's here to say a few words. Franz?
Thank you. And wow, this is a fantastic gathering. It's great to see this come to fruition this way. I want to first thank Margaret and the amazing Atlantic team. In case you haven't noticed, this team is extraordinary that Atlantic brings to bear for these events. And they got this done and had the initiative and the skill to bring us all together. So we're here to talk about inclusion and how, not only to talk about the problem, but to really share some thoughts about what kind of progress we can make, how we can learn from each other, and how we can share in solving the issues that are before us. It's an important conversation, and although I can't see you right now, I'm pretty sure the right people are in the room to solve this, but you know who you are. Because we know there's work to do, and we know that nobody has yet cracked the code to get this right. So we're here with all of our innovation capabilities and our commitment to these issues to work together and to see what we can do today. So it was with this spirit of collaboration and a strong sense of mission that PayPal was really delighted to have the opportunity to work with the Atlantic to put together a workshop approach to this so that we would have a day of conversation and dialogue, and that it would be a more dynamic experience, note the roundtables, a more dynamic experience to go at these issues together, and that we would go through an important day together and come away with new ideas and with new dialogues, perhaps starting, and that we would share what we see is working, what we see is not working, and what we can learn. So I'm hoping that we'll have an opportunity today to really advance the dialogue. We have just a little pitch for We have some big white boards open in the PayPal section. Write down some thoughts and reflections as well so we can capture that. So I want to just thank everyone for being here and look forward to a great agenda and to conversations and good, constructive, and productive work together today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Franz. And I'm back, but I promise not for long because I know you want to get the day going. We've got a lot to look forward to. But I do want to give you a download on how things are going to unfold. We've actually divided the day into 4 main sections. We're going to start with a conversation about the companies many of you work for, and we'll consider the question, can Silicon Valley hack diversity? Then we're going to have an opportunity to workshop some of the biggest issues during lunch. We'll come back after that for a conversation about community. We'll hear from local mayors and housing experts about the cost of living and working here. And we're going to end the day with a conversation about what this community can do to help solve the issues across the country. This is a town hall of sorts. I want to echo Franz. We're calling it a workshop because we don't want those who happen to be on stage to simply ponder the problems. We want everyone here to engage. We want people to open up about what's hard, about what you're trying to accomplish. We're hoping to break down some walls and lead to really substantive conversations and brainstorming about big ideas and possible solutions. Beyond that, I do have some practical notes. We are on social media. Please silence your cell phones, but don't put them away because we would love you to be part of the conversation on Twitter. You can use the hashtag InclusionSV, that's inclusion, then the letter S, the letter V altogether. And of course, there's going to be plenty of time for questions and conversation with all of you, and we have audience mics in the room for that. I don't usually say this. We have a wonderful crowd here this morning, and I know you all have incredibly busy lives. I would love for as many of you as possibly can to spend as much of the day with us as possible. I mean, obviously, some of you came for one section of the day or another, but I think it will be the amalgam of things that will make it the most meaningful day possible. So I hope you will consider sticking with us. 2 years ago, I think it's fair to say this conversation may not have been possible. It was then that many of the companies in the Valley, some of them represented here with us today, first made their workforce diversity numbers public. And since then, many more have made diversity and inclusion an economic and cultural imperative. So we're going to begin the day defining with a wide-angle lens, what does diversity look like in the Valley, what's being done, what's working, and what isn't. To tackle these questions and more, please welcome Marcia Morales-Jaffe. She's Senior Vice President and Chief People Officer at PayPal. Carissa Romeo is a partner at Paradigm. It's a consulting firm that helps companies with their inclusion and diversity strategies. Nancy Lee is the Vice President of People Operations at Google. Leslie Miley is Director of Engineering at Slack, and before that was Engineering Manager at Twitter. Yvonne Hutchinson, a co-founder of Project Include, which provides diversity and inclusion solutions for tech companies. And here to lead the conversation, please welcome my Atlantic colleague, Jillian White, and a former Atlantic colleague, now the editor-at-large at Fusion, Alexis Madrigal. Jillian and Alexis, take it away.
So before Jillian gets into asking the first question, I thought I'd give you a little bit of a frame. I mean, can we bring up the numbers for Silicon Valley diversity? We're not going to dwell on this, but I think it's just worth reflecting on it for a second. We all know that we have to do better than this. It's going to take a lot more effort, and actually this hasn't changed all that much over the years in which we've had a lot more discussions. So we need more effective interventions, and hopefully that's what this panel can talk about. This is a town hall, and so we want to keep it informal. We're going to throw to audience questions much, much earlier than most panels, so get ready now, 'cause it's 15 minutes from now. It's going to go by in the blink of an eye, so get your questions ready. And with that, kick it off.
So, Leslie, I want to start with you, actually. You've said before that Silicon Valley is actually hostile to diversity in some ways. What do you mean by that?
I think looking at the numbers that were just up on the board, it's interesting. Silicon Valley invests in communities outside of of the United States. They invest in communities. If you look at the number of Asians at these companies, it's 36, 37%. You look at how much time and effort they've spent opening up offices in Asia, in China, in India, and not investing that money back into the United States. And I think that just sends a message that it's hostile to a certain type of diversity. You look at the boards of directors and they're less diverse than any other place. I mean, it just keeps sending that message over and over again. You know, you come to Silicon Valley and you look around, you don't see people like myself, you don't see people like Yvonne, you don't see people, you know, of different ethnicities in positions of power. If that's not hostile, I don't know what is. It may not be hostility on purpose, right? But it is definitely makes it a hostile environment for me and people like me.
Yeah. I'm wondering, does anyone else have thoughts on that? Agreements, disagreements?
I'll just add that this really matters that people feel like this, not just because it's the right thing to do, but there's actually a lot of research that shows that when people don't feel confident that they belong in an environment, that actually has an impact on performance. So when people are spending a lot of energy trying to figure out if this is a place where I can fit in, they're going to have fewer cognitive resources available to do their jobs well. And so that doesn't just impact those individuals and companies, but companies should care about this because they're not going to get the best work out of their employees if they're not intentionally creating an environment where people feel like they belong.
I think a point to that is, and I think I've written about this previously, where I've walked around companies looking for someone to talk to and have not been able to find them. And sometimes I just wander, and I've wandered at Twitter, I wandered around for hours after some meetings trying to find someone to have this discussion with. And how can I do my best work when I don't have people to network with, when I don't have people to mentor me, to commune with, that most people just take for granted.
Marcia and Nancy, as representatives of big companies who've been dealing with this problem at scale, how have you thought about it?
Yeah, so these comments resonate with me as a leader in a tech company, and it does to all of us in the audience, I'm sure. For PayPal, we're like reborn. Since we split from eBay, we have the opportunity to shape our future, and we believe in a vision and a mission that is very, very inclusive. We narrow down all our values to the final four, and our final four have inclusion in the list: wellness, collaboration, and innovation. So these things really matter, and it was a difficult exercise to narrow it down to such a strong statement where we will stand for it. And we live it, right? We make progress every day. The way we think about it is we have to create an atmosphere and an environment where inclusion is real and therefore diversity can thrive. And this involves, acting at every level inside our company to make sure that environment is there. The things you mentioned, that we promote the right values, that we, improve our numbers, and we do move the needle by the actions we take. But it starts with the value, and we believe in it.
Are there other metrics or ways you have of measuring or tracking the inclusiveness of the company aside from the top line numbers? And maybe those are actually, a lagging indicator of the work that you're doing inside the company?
Yeah, when we released our stats and we looked at ourselves last August, we also made the commitment to set on this baseline, how are we going to improve? So we are committing ourselves as leaders of our organizations to look at how we improve our numbers. This, by the way, is not just the percent of females or the percent of diversity. We want inclusion to reflect the world around us, who our customer base is. We want to, we're in this world to do good, not just, to make a difference as a tech leader. We want to improve the lives of millions of people. So inside, we should reflect who we are outside. So looking like the world is an important goal. So for example, when we talk about how do we improve our ratios, the numbers you flashed up on there, it's a little bit like solving for world hunger, right? Wow, it's a big problem. And guess what? There isn't an obvious answer. And it's difficult to move the needle. So when you speak to an individual leader, say a location leader in a city where we have employees, how can they make a difference? By looking more like the community that surrounds them, right? They're a local employer. So then what can you do to build that pipeline, to partner with the governments, to invest in early education? What can you do for your community that nurtures that pipeline for everybody else, as well as you as a company? And then once they are in, once you attract them, how do you retain them, right? How do you make it a place where inclusion is real, where diversity can thrive, and where everybody can feel like they belong? And that's our aspiration, right? That's what we track.
Oh, I was looking at you. Yeah, because you've developed some ways of thinking about this, right?
Yeah, I have. I think it's interesting. I've heard a couple of comments that I would like to respond to, just in terms of the way we're sort of framing these discussions. More and more, to your point, Leslie, and a bit to yours, I find that the looking exclusively through the lens of diversity is a bit problematic, right? Because you can find a lot of different types of diversity. Now diversity is being co-opted to mean, we want people who have more conservative values or feel free to say certain things that might normally be deemed hateful or whatever. So I think I like to think of it in terms of representation, like you were saying, looking at your core markets, whether it be the labor market in which your business is placed, or the market of consumers that you want to reach, making sure that your company reflects that, I think, is really important. And I also think, to your point, the pipeline is part of it, and local investment is part of it, but I also think there has to be internal investment, right? I mean, I think that when we think about the pipeline, that's not the totality of the issue. I think the other half of it is what's happening inside the company. What happens when somebody fills out a resume and submits it and they have a name like Lakeisha? What happens when that person comes into an interview and they don't know the buzzwords to say or the unwritten rules, or maybe they're dressed in a suit because they want to impress and not in like a jacket, a blazer and jeans? Like, I think, these are little things that work against candidates throughout their time, either getting into the company or throughout their time in a company. So it's also important to, I think, acknowledge that piece.
Right. To that point, I wanted to, did you have something to add?
You mentioned that the overall representation numbers are kind of lagging, and I think that's a really important point. I think one barrier to making progress is that a lot of companies aren't looking at more proximal outcomes. So when you make a change, you want to look at where is the first place where we need to see movement in order for us to see long-term change. So if you give a survey and you find that Black employees feel like they belong less, then you need to change that first, because otherwise you are not going to expect to see retention numbers change.
Right. So to that point on how pipeline isn't the only issue, it's also an issue of retention. It's also an issue of feeling like you belong here. I'm wondering if any of you can speak to what companies are doing that you know of that is intentional to make people feel like they belong.
Sure. So I think there are a number of different places where belonging is important to keep in mind. I think the first is when people are new. That's a time where people are going to be on the lookout for these cues. Is this the kind of place where I fit in? And so even how you design your onboarding programs, right? If you're giving people the tools that they need, if you're even just helping people understand that, hey, it's normal that this is a time where you're going to be questioning your belonging, and here's what we're going to do to support you. You think about social events, are you always doing happy hours after work? That might not be everyone's thing. Or even the way the physical space is laid out. There's lots of research that having like a room with all Star Trek posters and empty beer cans, that's going to send a message that if you don't kind of fit that stereotype, maybe this isn't the kind of place for someone like you. So how do you design your onboarding programs? What kinds of social events do you have for people? And then thinking about just the space that you design. Those are all things that companies can be doing to send a message about who belongs.
I think what we're all talking about here is just how multifaceted and complicated this challenge that we have as an industry is. It's pipeline, it's retention, it's work environment, it's so many different things. And I think at Google, which of course I'm working there, we really view this as an effort where we have to have a holistic strategy that does look at representation and hiring on the one hand, which is about numbers, and there's been such an emphasis. Obviously, the press focuses on our numbers because we release them intentionally to draw attention to the significant work that we have to do, and I think it was very much a deliberate decision to shine a light on where we were so that we could hold ourselves accountable and have everyone hold us accountable to actually see those things improve. But the other side of the coin is about inclusion, because once you get people into your workforce, it's not sufficient to just have them there. The goal is to actually really, really have them flourish, be full contributors, and to feel like there is this sense of belonging. To this point about that inclusion and how do you assess it, yes, there's employee surveys and you can do focus groups. One of the things we've found to be really important and effective are the employee resource groups, the affinity groups that we promote, that we support, and really want to empower. They help us understand a lot of the issues a lot better than maybe senior management can. So that's one vehicle. But it's also how we show up in the communities that we are underserving right now, or where our brand or reputation isn't as positive as it should be. So some of the things we've done, again, are community outreach in that regard. Because it's not enough to fix it inside, just go hire people who have a particular demographic background. You actually need to care about these communities.
You know, I mean, Google is famously data-driven, decision-making wise. I mean, aside from the top lines, I think one of the things I'm kind of driving at are what are the other metrics that you're looking at that say, like, I mean, just as an example, maybe it's something like this, that you're driving people or committing to interviewing X percentage of people, who are women, people of color, or, non-binary sexual identity, you know what I mean? All kinds of different types of inclusion and diversity.
Intensely data-driven, right? I mean, the effort is intensely data-driven, but there are really qualitative things that we can't get at. For example, one of the ways we talk about it at Google a lot is an essential component of any meaningful strategy is have leadership buy-in, have leaders championing this work, and the tone at the top has to be set. Very difficult to quantify. How does a positive tone at the top get set? And so again, there's those qualitative measures as well. But in general, we're very data-driven, which is the challenge, because in that kind of environment, which many of these technical companies are similarly data-driven, they want to see they want to see numbers, they want to see velocity, and this is a long game, folks. And so that intense pressure to improve quickly without recognizing the deeply long-standing systemic challenges that we are trying to address here is really to miss the mark on what we're trying to solve.
But I think you can ask questions, and some of the questions that I think we at Slack use Culture Amp, or some of the questions we get to ask are, do I feel like people like myself can get promoted? Do I feel like I am being included? You can get to how that's working.
We absolutely are. I mean, that's definitely part of it. I think it's not the whole answer.
Right. No, definitely. And I think in investing in communities, I think that's hugely important, because people see that, and they see, investing in communities, it's great to go into schools and give computers and have programs, but it's also great to put jobs in communities, right? So when we have ignored large swaths of this country over the last 15 years by outsourcing, by automating, when we don't invest in those communities, people see that, right? And that they don't feel like they're included. And I think that's true. And then the third part you mentioned about leadership buy-in, I mean, I've worked for probably two of the most vocal advocates for diversity and inclusion in Silicon Valley, and you see just what that type of advocacy does internally. People feel like they feel that their leaders are on board with that as well. And I know it's hard to measure, and you just can't put that down and say, oh, there's data around that, but you can by asking the questions, do you feel like your management supports what's happening?
Yeah, that feedback is important.
I just want to touch on one thing, and I think, I hear us talking about the data. I don't want to be the contentious one, but I'm always the contentious one.
So maybe you do. I don't know. Maybe you do want to be the contentious one.
I just had to say that. I think when we talk about data, I think getting the right information about companies is very important, and understanding our workforce and their needs are very important. But I also think there's a lot of work that has been done in this space, and sometimes I feel like while there's a respect for data in terms of the numbers and understanding sort of the quantitative dynamics that are happening within a company, in terms of best practices, known phenomenon from other industries, learnings, I feel like sometimes companies in Silicon Valley want to try to reinvent the wheel. And while there may be a respect for some kinds of data, there is an air of dismissiveness about other kinds of data. And so I want to push, and project include, I don't want to plug, but I just did. But, like what we really tried to do was say, okay, look, who's writing about these things, who's publishing these things, who's studied these things, who's done this, 20 years ago. Frida K. Klein was one of the pioneers, like what does her research say? Like what are people doing in law and finance, and pulling that together, because, I go into these meetings with my clients. I also have a consulting business, and they will parrot back to me these myths like, oh, we did unconscious bias training, so we're good. And it's like, if the data says the exact opposite. You're not good, And so I think that is another piece that's really sort of important, the respect for expertise and some of the work that's been done around the issue, and incorporating some of that into our approaches.
I think that's a really good point, that we do know a lot from social science research about what might work. And I think it's important to both look at the data in a particular company, but then also draw on what we already know from research. So the approach that we take in our work at Paradigm is we'll look at the data within a company, and then based on where we see company-specific barriers, design strategies based on what we know from research. So it's both taking into account that company-specific data, but also super important to take into account what we already know from research.
Marcia, it looks
Just
like
a comment on sort of the core values from where this is coming from. A lot of us in our companies, we do all these things, and we really try to make a difference. But when you come from a place where you think about cultural fit, the thing that makes you say, would I fit here? Or, can I show up wearing a suit like I am? I like suits, right? So, the core belief is not one where you're trying to understand cultural fit. It's really cultural contribution, right? If you start from the inclusion and you believe that, then everybody's welcome around this table. Furthermore, the more diversity of thought around the table, the better. You have to draw it out to make sure there is a contribution, and then you're there, right? So improving the numbers will only get you one first step. When you say inclusion and you mean inclusion, how your name is spelled or, matter less than if you're truly addressing the core.
I really appreciate this sentiment, though, that there's an arrogance in Silicon Valley, that because of the focus on innovation and creativity and the word disruption, right? It's so ubiquitous here that whatever's been done before, we should question it and whatnot. And I think that's part of the challenge for this industry, is to look at what has been effective and be willing to not question it. But I think there's also a similar wind blowing, that looking for those really crazy moonshot ideas is going to be the silver bullet. And some folks still think that way. And I think many of us are arguing there's no silver bullet. We probably would have figured that out already. So it's a really interesting climate because of that mindset.
I think we have a great conversation started up here, and we definitely want our audience to be able to get in on it. So if you guys have questions,
we're going to bring up the lights too.
Yeah, we have some runners in the audience.
Who is our brave soul? Oh, there we are.
There we go.
Hi, good morning. Emmett Carson with Silicon Valley Community Foundation. I really appreciated the start of the panel discussion. One of the things that challenges me about the inclusion conversation is we talk about the pipeline. So could you speak to the difficulty of diversifying these companies in HR, in advertising, in marketing, in mergers and acquisitions, where there is a huge diverse talent pool to draw from, and yet the numbers don't reflect that these companies go and become diverse in those areas that don't require the STEM or STEAM background?
I can speak to that. I think one of the things that is hard is what level of granularity we as companies decide to share when we share numbers publicly. Because, for example, at Google, I can say without sharing the actual numbers, if you did cut our workforce by those different functions, you would see very, very different numbers. Fortunately or unfortunately, our numbers are really, really driven, the public numbers, by a very large technical workforce, which tends to be why we focus on having that conversation about the technical pipeline. But for example, in HR, we are majority, we have actually parity, if not a majority of women, and similar for other functions as well. So the point is absolutely taken that perhaps what we need to do in order to make sure we're focused on the right problem to solve is be even more transparent about where we are.
I also would like to jump in. I have I share your sort of question. I started doing this work by actually doing recruiting. I kind of started a jobs newsletter and by accident got into that business. And I noticed a lot of the candidates that I worked with were candidates of color who are interested in non-technical roles. And getting them through the door, particularly at the smaller to medium-sized startups, was like pulling teeth. Like there's no, let's not mince words. The sort of dangerous kind of paradigms we have set up like around things like culture fit instead of culture add. Like those really worked against those candidates. And even if they had years of sales experience, years of finance experience, years of HR experience, policy experience, it was incredibly difficult to get them into those places and to make sure that they thrived. And so I really do think that is an important part of the conversation. I think there's a risk because there is a culture of privileging technical roles over non-technical roles in the Valley. And you don't want to have a sort of segmented labor force where, your diversity is, misallocated through the hierarchy. But at the same time, the pipeline issue does not necessarily play into all roles of the companies, and yet in a lot of companies you see a lack of diversity across roles.
And even in technical roles, it's not just a pipeline problem, of course. There are more Black and Hispanic students getting computer science degrees than there are Black and Hispanic engineers in tech companies. So even there, it's not just a pipeline problem.
Over there.
Thanks. Hi, the name is Al Hussein, and I've worked at tech companies. I currently work at a tech company. Very granular question, right? So, in every company I've worked at, I raise the question: why don't we remove names off of resumes, right? Survey after survey, study after study shows just removing a name where you can identify male or female, or aside from gender, culture, it's an easy problem to solve. Why hasn't it been done? And Leslie, I'm looking at you, because you're an engineer. You're an engineer, and you've raised this yourself. So how tough of a problem is it to solve?
Arrogance, hubris, denial. I mean, that's why. I mean, you don't need a name, right? You don't even need a university. If it's a technical role, give them, we do blind assessments of all of our technical hires. So no one knows who it is. They don't know name, they don't know gender, they don't know school, they only know the result of the assessment. And that's what's graded, right? And that's how people are assessed. And I think that is what you do. And any company that is more than 5 people can do this. It is not that difficult. And I do, it comes to, and I'm going to call out Google, I'm going to call out Facebook. They created this culture where people are expected to come from a certain school and have a certain background. And this is what we're working against. And that culture, I mean, Google has spun off hundreds of companies. Facebook has spun off hundreds of companies. People take this model and they run with it. And that is a very, very hard culture to change. And people are changing it. They're coming to those conclusions. And I think it's a great thing. But I can't give you any other answer because there's no scientific answer.
I'll respond to that because I think it's a great point. We have actually incorporated some blind resume projects, and I will tell you, it's not the panacea. Because to your point, Leslie, the hiring processes that many of these companies have adopted are themselves multifaceted and complex, and figuring out where in that process, whether it's in the sourcing, in the recruiting, in the initial interview, in the technical interview, in the on-site interview, in the resume screen, right? There are points at every stage in this process where we could see bias creep in. We can see an outcome that is not consistent with a truly objective hiring process or hiring decision. And so at Google, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, we have definitely been challenging that standard, that classic profile, and saying, be more expansive in the definition of what a good candidate looks like, and move beyond the traditional schools. I mean, these are the things that we have done in order to move our numbers ever so slowly, yes, and certainly nothing to brag about. I am the first to say that. But to the extent we've seen progress, it has been because we've been challenging those conventional notions and, frankly, being willing to blow up certain hiring processes and start afresh and evaluate, are those producing more equitable outcomes? But it is, it's a process.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think to touch on your point about the hiring processes, I think there's actually, I think a while ago there was this culture established, not to pick on Google again, but where just getting through the process was a badge of honor, right? So like 6, 7, interviews later, like maybe you get a job, and a lot of people from under-resourced and underrepresented backgrounds can't afford to interview, right? Like if that's the kind of commitment that it takes. And so there's also this sort of self-selection out, I think that's happening on the pipeline that I just want to flag, wherein people are just like, well, I can't keep going back on site. I can't keep, I have to go to work. I can only talk during my lunch hour. Like I have kids at home. I can't fly out, and that also like impedes the diversity project.
She made a good point. How many students and how many people have come to me and said Google would never hire somebody like me?
Yeah.
Even though they have a CS degree, right?
This is a reputation issue, absolutely. It's why, the brand and the community engagement and actually getting out there and being proximate is incredibly important.
And one of the points I've been mulling is that at some point we do have to recognize the work that Google is doing, the work that Facebook is doing to change that. I mean, you're starting from a huge base, and I understand that base, and I understand how difficult it is to change the number. But I also understand that blowing that up and blowing it up publicly is probably the greatest, contribution Google could make. If Google said all of a sudden we're doing blind everything, so many companies would just fall in line because what Google does is the right thing.
Yeah. Well, we have to find what works, and I think we have every intention of being able to open source that, if you will, and share it out. But it's a complicated problem, and we don't know what the recipe for success is just yet. But by all means, we're working on it. And again, we're happy to have a dialogue with other companies about what they're doing, because I think we are in this together. It is not a competitive landscape. We want this industry to be more diverse.
Let's see.
Good morning.
Yeah,
to your back left. My name is Kenneth Montero. I'm the Dean of the College of Ethnic Studies at San Francisco State. And if you're not familiar with one, it's the only one in the nation. So that's the plug. I really like how this is opened. I like the notion of using both the disruptive and strategic vision together in balance to try to figure out how you change. Though I'm hearing the change at an individual level. I feel very comfortable in this room because I saw the bumper stickers, lots of Ivy League and Stanford bumper stickers. I'm a product of that. However, I'm at an institution that might be large enough to actually give capacity. So the institutions that many of us in this room came from, even if we're people of color, we can do the one and only and the few and only, which is a great difference between 0 and 1 is huge. But how do we help institutions as large as a Google or the others, since we're looking directly at each other, to see that sometimes you embrace something with a similar capacity to you to be transformative. And in California, you've got it. The California State University has 500,000 students, and my college, the smallest one at San Francisco State, I see 8,000 students a semester, larger than most of our liberal arts undergraduate colleges, who are people of color, who are being trained to think in cultural and intellectual traditions different from the ones that they're just doing across campus, so they're doing both of them. And how do we get institutions that large to embrace each other and not be fearful, be willing to be uncomfortable, to change, to transform, because we actually need Silicon Valley to change in order to give opportunities to our students. So we need to change as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to what we talked about, which is that many of these tech companies, Google included, have had this very elitist approach to hiring, very exclusive. We go to the top schools, and for years went to the top schools in the country. And again, it's not like we only hire new grads, but just for sake of this discussion, that population tends to be incredibly homogenous. If you look at the student bodies at the top, 25 schools in the country, very homogenous. So you're just bringing in same, right? People that look like you. And one of the things that has been effective for us is casting that wider net by looking at schools that are, example, these are numbers that have been shared publicly. In 2013, we went to about probably 2012, 13, we went to about 70 college campuses to do campus recruiting. We're now at over 300. And that expansion of college recruiting was done by looking at both the diversity of the student body as well as the caliber, if you will, of the computer science program, because you've got to be able to do the type of work we want done, right? But that has to continue. That continued expansion, finding those pockets of talent is definitely part of a strategy.
Let's, just because we want to come back, hold for one sec. Can we get let's see, let's go right here.
If you'll wait a second.
Oh, you've got a mic right there behind you.
Great. Hi, I'm Susan Murnick from Hack the Hood. We're a tech inclusion program for 16 to 25-year-olds. And I want to go back to something Alexis said at the beginning of the discussion that you guys haven't talked about yet, which is the relationship of diversity and place. We work with low-income students in all these cities where your companies are, and yet so many of these young people are shut out of the pipeline. So I think I'm really interested in what is the obligation of diversity to have local sourcers, local suppliers? What are voluntary community benefit agreements? How can you be a good citizen to support diversity in the communities that you are working, and not just build dorms for workers who are coming in from other places, no matter what color they are?
I'll respond to
go
that. Hi, Susan. Yeah, I think I sort of share the same passion. I think that there's actually a two-directional flow that happens when tech companies move into markets, particularly if they're not concerned with diversity, wherein you end up displacing people at the same time you're not bringing them in. And so there's just kind of like double effect. I think that, and again, I'm going to be critical. Well, that's what I do. But I think that, like, in San Francisco, when looking at the community benefit agreements that were in place for some of the companies there, a lot of people will say they were toothless, and I sort of tend to agree. I think municipalities, and I hope that we're able to talk about this a little bit more later on. I think they haven't quite figured out how to hold tech's feet to the fire when it comes to incentivizing things like local hiring, local sourcing, using local suppliers and community development and integration. And I absolutely think it's a real problem, because what can happen is, you'll have a company that'll move into the place under the auspices of increasing employment and opportunity and just displace everybody there, bring in new people, and not give that much back to the community. And that can happen in any place.
It's a hard question. It's a question that I think people are starting to ask, and that answers are coming out of. And having worked at companies that have displaced workers for most of my career, unfortunately, and it's true. I mean, I look at Google, I look at Twitter, Google has such great facilities for eating on site, so no one ever goes and spends money in Mountain View. Twitter has 2 or 3 cafes, so no one ever leaves the building to go and spend money in the mid-market. These are things that I think companies have to start looking at and say, do we need to open up an office and have 6 cafes? Do we need to open up an office and have valet parking? Should we be involved more in the community, just in urging the people in our workspaces to get out in the community and live there and spend their money there, and don't give them ways to spend their money on purple tie for their cleaning. Make them go out and find a cleaners. It's little things like that, right, that we just take for granted, like, oh, it's a benefit, and we don't understand that we're actually taking money out of people's pockets.
Well, where I live in Oakland, obviously this is a very live issue with Uber and with the different groups of community organizations, which are so strong and so deeply rooted in Oakland, all kind of maneuvering around Oakland, trying to figure out, like, how do you plug Uber into this place that's essentially surrounded by community organizations that could help some of these issues and lead to maybe some different outcomes than we've seen in other parts.
I want to, there's something that, we talk about hiring, we talk about a reason why names don't get taken off. There's something that is really lacking in a lot of the engineering organizations I've been a part of, which is empathy and self-awareness. And if people had empathy, if people had self-awareness, they would know that.
We're going to have a room for a couple more questions. I want to ask one, just because I feel like it gets at something that we don't get to talk about very often, which is, what are the things that sound like they were good ideas, that seem like they would work, but then that did nothing to move the needle, or that even backfired?
I think one big idea that a lot of companies are implementing is the Rooney Rule. And what we actually know from research is that if you just have one person from an underrepresented group on the interview loop, you're actually it's pretty much like a 0% chance that you're going to hire someone from an underrepresented group. But if you even have two, the research shows that that's actually an important difference. So I think when we implement kind of big ideas like this, because we see that other companies are doing this, we need to look at, is that actually something that's going to be effective?
I think.
Go ahead, please.
I think I think you mentioned the unconscious bias
That
of
was-
people
yeah.
feeling like, check the box. I think that is one of the biggest mistakes that a lot of companies are making and people are making, who are, whether they're in leadership or otherwise, is that there's some checklist that they can just go, or some kind of antidote that they can just take, and they're going to be woke. Right? And
Yeah.
they're just suddenly going to show up, and diversity and inclusion are going to be in their DNA. And it doesn't work that way. That's not transactional, it's transformative. And that's the thing that we're doing at Google right now, is really trying to get people off the numbers, because that's very transactional, and think about their own journey, because this is a journey, right? And it is about empathy, and it's about awareness, and it's about changing your mindset, changing your attitudes and your behaviors, so that unconscious bias training, that's just the very tip of the iceberg. So I think that thinking again, something like blind resumes or unconscious bias is the panacea is foolhardy.
Exactly, and to your point, I just want to just echo what you're saying and say that the data supports this. Unconscious bias training alone, it's my pet peeve. I'm a trainer, and I don't do unconscious bias training because there's such a high risk that people will think, well, that's it. And actually, when you implement unconscious bias training alone, it's correlated with a drop in diversity or stagnation as opposed to actual change. And that's for a lot of reasons. But I think that's one of my things I see a lot, is people saying, well, we did the unconscious bias training, we're good to go. And it's like, no, you just did a training that showed you don't have bias, but now you don't have policies in place, people still don't feel safe, and and you're in a working environment, there's still so much work that you could do. Just knowing that you have bias is the very first step,
Yeah, and training shouldn't just make you aware, it should give you strategies
Mm-hmm.
to go out and do. And if you don't actually then go out and do those strategies, that's not going to be effective.
Yeah.
And I think it's something that seemed like a good idea is people going out and doing recruiting at HBCUs, but then not changing anything internally. So they bring in people to hostile environments, and then you're like, well, this is a horror. And then people just churn out. That's actually worse. So I think that companies have realized that they just can't go out and try to diversify their pipeline. They have to be more inclusive as well.
One more thing. Sorry, it's my favorite topic. Focusing on women alone, we're just going to diversify when it comes to this one group, and then we're going to hold off the other groups, so that the rest of that diversity project will come naturally, when that's actually not the case. Like, increasing a share of women is not necessarily correlated with increasing your share of people of color, people with disabilities, people who are older, none of that. So that's one of my
Sorry,
other.
one more thing. So I think one barrier that we've been kind of ignoring as an industry, we talked about elitism. I also think there's this culture of genius where we think that some people are just kind of natural leaders, or some people have a technical mind. And that's similar to something I studied in graduate school called fixed mindset, where you believe that people are born with certain talents and abilities and not others, and you can't really do anything about that. And what the research shows is that when people and when companies have that mindset, it actually leads to more stereotyping. And that makes sense because stereotypes are beliefs about groups' fixed abilities. So I think that's a conversation we need to have more in the industry.
All right, I think we have time for one more very quick, concise question. I see someone right up front.
Hi, my name is Ravi Gupta from PayPal. My question is, so when you talk about inclusion, it's a two-way street and it starts at recruiting. What do non-tech, question is directed to you, Bhavan. When you say non-tech is a very tough nut to crack, from a workforce perspective, how can they help employers make themselves more attractive as an employee?
How can employers just make themselves more attractive on the non-tech employee side? And make it quick, because they're going to pull us off the stage.
Okay, so I'll go. So one thing I notice, I work a lot, again, with job seekers, and particularly at higher levels, they look through the website. And if your only people of color are on the diversity page, that's a red flag. If your leadership is all white dudes, like, that's another red flag. And people don't want to go into those environments. Another thing to communicate is your benefits, right? Like, people want to know that you're thinking about them. Asking a question, having somebody ask the question is already placing them in a position of feeling like they're not included, right? Feeling like another. So I think being very public about your benefits, the inclusive nature of your company, and showing diversity at all levels and not just on the diversity page is a great way to sort of start that communication.
All right. We want to thank our panel so much for starting this conversation with us.
For remarks from our underwriter, please welcome Intel's Jonathan Williams, Director of Regional Public Affairs and State and Local Government Affairs.
Well, that was a great panel, and I'm really very appreciative to be here today on behalf of Intel and the Atlantic. I want to thank the Atlantic team, many of whom I've known over the years, for putting on today's event. It's an outstanding agenda, and we're really pleased to be a part of it. There were a couple of comments made in the panel that I think I'll just dovetail right off of in my brief remarks, talking about being in this for the long game, talking about there is no silver bullet. So accurate, and that's kind of the Intel story that I want to share with you briefly this morning. You know, in Silicon Valley, one of my favorite lines is, "You are what you measure." And we talk about that a lot at Intel. I know all the companies in this room probably talk about it as well. So when we talk about being a diverse employer of choice and achieving the goals that we've set out, obviously the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to set those goals and we're going to work to achieve them. I'll tell you briefly our story, and hopefully it'll resonate in this room, because I think part of what's great about today is that sense of openness and transparency and sharing best practices and learning from each other, and that's what I'm going to try to capture right now. So with Intel, we set a very ambitious goal to achieve full representation among women and underrepresented minorities by 2020. In fact, we want to be the first tech company to do that. So we're working to do that. Now, how are we doing that? A couple different ways. We initially kicked off a $300 million fund to fund programs that will help us achieve that goal, and we've been working very hard ever since last year to implement programming that will help achieve that goal, build the pipeline necessary to do so. The second thing is this year, we set a goal for 45% hiring of underrepresented minorities and women in 2016. At our mid-year point, we measured it, of course. We were at 43.4% of that 45% goal, so making very good progress. We'll know more about 4 weeks from now on how we did for the complete year. The other thing we did I thought was pretty neat. I've done a lot of economic impact studies for Intel, measuring our impact in our site communities from our investments in employment. We did an economic impact study with a firm called Dahlberg Global Development Advisors to try to quantify the economic impact of what full representation looks like from a diverse perspective. And that study found roughly $500 billion of economic output associated with full representation in the tech community alone. That means more than a 1% impact, 1% increase in US GDP. Significantly strong macro numbers in support of this. And that gets to kind of the business case of this, something that I think is kind of a neat story that's maybe undertold, right? Something that, frankly, I think we could be comfortable telling. Obviously, we do these things because they're the right thing to do, right? There's nothing wrong with that. But the business case as well, I think, is important. And I'll tell you a little bit about, just from an Intel perspective, why I think it matters. You're familiar with Intel, and you probably picture Intel as a PC company that makes great microprocessors. We so badly want to be more than that, right? We're trying really hard to be in mobile computing. We're trying very hard to be successful in the Internet of Things. We're working very hard to get into these new spaces, autonomous driving, drones. You see the investments that we're making. For many, many years, and I've been with Intel for about 20 now, Intel, I think our team has built wonderful engines, Ferraris, if you will, for PCs. As the market has evolved, not everybody needs a Ferrari, right? And I think we're understanding that. The team that, for example, is building those Ferrari engines, I don't know that I want that team designing wearable sunglasses, right? It's a different skill set. And for Intel to be successful, I'm so proud of our leadership team, our CEO on down, who've really articulated this message. For Intel to be successful as we move into new markets, it's imperative for us to get the best of the best from the entire spectrum, the entire diverse spectrum as we move into things like fashion and wearables, cars and drones. The company has evolved, the talent has to evolve with it. That includes full participation, full representation across the entire spectrum. So Intel's made these investments not just because it's the right thing to do, but to help perpetuate business success for the long term. The last couple things I'll say on this is, you think about it at a macro level, why it matters to Intel, the data, measuring yourself, all the things that all companies do. And then you think about it on a personal level, right? So Intel, last week our CEO sends out a note to the employees in recognition of International Human Rights Day, which was on Saturday. And with that note, there was a kind of a call to action. Employees who want to make a contribution to the school or nonprofit of their choice, the Intel Foundation will match it on a 2-to-1 basis. So of course, last night I go online and I make a contribution to a couple different nonprofits, my alma mater, and those contributions are effectively tripled, thanks to the generosity of our executive team and the Intel Foundation. So then I go online to read some of the comments. Of course, it's all in our employee intranet. And it won't surprise you to know that many of the feedback you get within your companies are, why is this a focus, right? Isn't this a distraction? And somebody referred to it as hoopla, right? And I thought that was an interesting word, but the next comment below that was somebody telling a story about gender transitioning in the late 90s and how difficult that was and how their manager made it possible for them to do it, to be successful, and that what is hoopla to you is Intel's full support of me. And I thought, really, that's just today's example of why we do what we do, right? It matters from a business perspective. It matters, because it's the right thing to do. But it matters because it impacts the people we work with every single day, the people we care about, people we love. Making a difference in their lives is really something that motivates, I'm sure, all of us today. And I'm just pleased to be here and be a part of it. Thank you very much.
Next, welcome to the stage Joshua Reeves, the CEO of Gusto, and Arthi Shahani, a tech reporter at NPR.
Thanks, everyone. Great to be here this morning with Josh Reeves, CEO of Gusto, and a very busy man. There's this elusive term in Silicon Valley of culture fit. And as I understand it, what it essentially means is people you want to drink with. Josh has a startup, and he decided, not from day one, but 4 years into building it, that redefining hiring priorities to solve for the problem of culture fit was a priority. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, no, deeply honored to be here, and I actually don't drink, so it would have been even harder to have that criteria. But no, I do think there's that issue with culture fit, and at Gusto we think about it as values and motivations. But we started the company 5 years ago, and definitely up here and excited to share, I would say, some advice, learnings, but by far we have a lot more to do on this topic. And about 1.5 years ago, we realized if we looked at our numbers, data is really valuable. We weren't really happy and proud with where we were at in terms of representation from different populations.
Were you ashamed?
I would say energized, motivated. I think the story of entrepreneurship is you see a problem and you want to fix it.
Okay.
And so it's never done. It's always an opportunity to improve. We're action-centric people, so we said, how can we go take some actions, which we're not done with today, to go make a difference? So we set goals for the year. We have 3 specific goals we're working towards. We've made some progress, and we have more to do.
And we're going to get to the goals in a moment and,
Yeah.
and have them on screen as well. But just tell me a little bit, what is the picture you saw that you felt needed to be fixed?
Well, specifically on engineering, we had basically been hiring, and we have a pretty specific process on how we hire, which we can save for a separate discussion, but very focused on the values motivations side. But we just realized that we hadn't reached a target number. If you look at one metric, you can look at college graduation rates, which today I think are about 18% when it comes to female engineering graduates, and we were below that. And that to me felt like even a bare minimum. I think we're probably closer to, I want to say above 10%. I don't know the exact number at that point.
Okay.
Today we're at 16, 17%, so we're getting closer.
I see.
But we have a lot more to do.
So then, I mean, you would actually say that your startup is an example of pretty standard then Silicon Valley, is that right? Or?
I would say I definitely think there's a lot of Silicon Valley companies that have similar numbers, and I would say we're equally excited to make a difference around it, but mostly eager to dive into the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then do we have the goals that you'd set?
Yeah.
Yeah. So explain a little bit. You know, what strikes me so much sometimes about data-driven companies is so many don't want to set measurable goals around their diversity. It's sort of the rigor of metrics just doesn't apply in this area.
Which is ironic, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
companies in tech are especially data-driven. No, these are some of the goals we set. I mean, we set 3 different goals. One was around leadership. Specifically, we realized we didn't have very many female leaders in Gusto, and today we're now at about 34%, which is progress, but still a long way to go. From a D&I standpoint, from a Black and Hispanic standpoint, 10% in Gusto. Today we're at 8%, so we still have more to do. And then from engineering specific, like I said, we're at 17% on engineering, about 34%, 35% on product management. So we have the ability to check in on those. But again, the more interesting thing is the actions you take, because data is there to inform. Then what you do about it is actually the way that we either make an impact. So how we spend our time is probably the thing that is
So
most
what changed about how you spent your time?
Well, we think about it first as, again, like a problem. Where does it start? And what can we act upon in the near term, medium term, long term? So we have kind of different things we're doing in each of those areas. From a funnel standpoint, it's going to the specific places and also investing the time and energy into getting candidates that we do not get today. So that can tie to conferences, it can tie to schools that we go to. We have recruiters at Gusto where we specifically say your job is to go get and source folks from these underrepresented areas because we already have plenty of candidates in the other sections. Then it comes back to the interview process. Is there anything blocking or changing the way that we interview? And we didn't have to make any changes there, but we also realized there was some opportunity on the benefit side. So specifically around fertility benefits, a lot of benefits in the US actually have unintentional basically discrimination inside of them. The one that we specifically got really excited to change and hope more companies can change is fertility benefits if you're a lesbian couple and you don't have a diagnosis of infertility. It actually was really hard to get IVF. So we worked with an insurance carrier to change that, hopefully set an example to others. But then once you're in a company, I think that's probably where there's the most opportunity because your team is also going to be a huge source of referrals and driving new candidates in the pipeline. And so that's where we spent the most time on building out mentorship programs. And there's a lot of organizations you can work with.
Mentorship programs?
Yeah, mentorship programs. So we have 3 different programs today. One is more purely internal. So if you're interested in product management, my colleague Hila can serve as a mentor, help inspire folks, but also be a sounding board if folks want to get into product management, which is an area that, again, is fairly underrepresented. You can work with her, talk to her. She sets aside time to help folks. We work with an organization called West, where 100% of female engineers at Gusto now have a mentor at another company, and we have 2 mentors at Gusto.
Right.
And then there's Hackbright Academy, which is another organization we work with.
And I'm sorry, so the mentorship, does it do something for recruitment or retention? I'm not exactly sure how it fits into then the overall strategy of changing what your numbers look like.
Well, I think there's ultimately, again, short-term, long-term, medium-term, there's getting more folks into the field. Mentorship is amazing. Hackbright, these are women that are trying to explore engineering for the first time, having a role model they can talk to, work with. Whether they join Gusto or not, that's a more Gusto-specific topic, but the fact that more females are going into engineering because they have role models they can look up to massively helps with top of funnel on the industry at large. Mentorship inside Gusto is about getting folks who might be interested in a career path, giving them a chance to take that dive and see if it's right for them.
Do you feel like you've been able to tap into mentorship programs or new networks for Black and Latino employees as well, or because I think that the picture for women and white women versus other underrepresented minorities is different.
Yeah. Well, I think, and again, that's why calling it D&I is almost like in our industry we say small business. There's thousands of industries, thousands of sectors. It's many different sub-problems. So I think you just have to be specific. Like one thing we're going to be doing more in the coming year for diversity hiring in particular is the universities we go to. So excited to be spending more time, not at Stanford or Berkeley or universities everyone goes and recruits from. Yeah, go to Atlanta, go to Texas, go to Virginia Tech, different places where we can have better exposure to these candidates.
And that's something you've started to do or will start to do?
We'll start to do.
Okay.
So excited to do that.
Uh-huh. And I'm curious, so when you decide as the CEO of a company, oh, we're going to make this thing a priority, enough of a priority that we're setting numbers around it, and maybe they'll become even more ambitious over time.
Yeah.
Do you belong to a community of other CEOs where you can just like really talk shop about it and really get rigorous, or is it kind of like crickets?
Well, I'll first give credit to my co-founder, Eddie. We've been very public blogging about this too. He leads our engineering team and has been a partner in kind of really driving a lot of the focus on the engineering team around D&I. But in terms of the conversation, I find almost two things happen. One, to be opposed to this topic, you'd almost have to be like a bad person. So like everyone is obviously
Or you could say a practical, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but people rationalize.
Yeah, but I mean, the first order response is, yes, important, exciting, but then there's this immediate after effect of discomfort, which is like, are we talking numbers, quotas, are we talking ratios? And like, all of a sudden, these are people, and then how do I apply that? And I'm gonna go back to product development or engineering work. And so when I talk to our investors, we have 75 CEOs as angel investors in the company, running various companies, some of which I think are really good at this topic, some of which could improve. And that's what I try to have more discussion around. But there is no silver bullet. Like no one's waiting or hoping for kind of a simple, straightforward answer. Like much like building a company where you want to change something. In our case, it'll take decades for us to fix the problem we're tackling as a company, which is helping all these small businesses around the world. I think this is just a long-term problem. So you have to just make progress and celebrate progress, celebrate incremental progress.
And do you feel like there's mentorship for you when you think about solving this problem?
We definitely have. Our board is a great sounding board. We have Layla Sturdy from Google Capital, Hemant Taneja from General Catalyst as my two biggest sounding boards. They care deeply about this topic, both for personal, family, and professional reasons. It's just very authentic to them from a value standpoint. But I think probably the biggest area where there's an opportunity, so we have 40,000 customers using Gusto today. And we did the numbers looking at D&I on our customers. About 34% of small business owners using Gusto are female, but 18% of tech founders, i.e. the industry we're in, are female. So if you look at tech is a fast-growing industry. These companies get much bigger when you're a 5 or 10 or 20-person company. We were in Y Combinator. We did demo day here, literally. This is where YC takes place. I think that's where there's actually the most opportunity is bringing it into organizations earlier on so it becomes a part of their DNA. Otherwise, frankly, using us as a good reference point, it was late, and I'm not proud of that. Year 3, 4 in, realizing that we weren't happy with numbers, being more public, would hope that others learn from that and do it earlier.
I want to take a question or two from the audience in a moment, but just one more thing I'm wondering about. When I've reported on efforts by companies to do more diverse hiring. So for example, with Intel, I recall speaking to employees at the company or reading message boards that I was not supposed to have access to, but I got access to, and seeing a lot of complaints and concerns of, okay, now the most qualified person isn't going to get the job. Have you had to deal with those conversations in-house?
And I think that's so wonderful to hear. So I would say, have I dealt with it? I have not dealt with it, but I would not be opposed if it has come up in the company, because that's what it means to dive into a complicated topic. I mean, I have a personal anecdote. We mentioned earlier, but my mother's from Bolivia. She came to the US when she was 18, didn't speak any English, put herself through college, got a scholarship. It was a huge inspiration to me. My dad's from a small steel town outside of Pittsburgh. And they're both teachers. But my dad taught in San Francisco Unified for 25 years at a time when affirmative action was a very robust program. And we would have conversations regularly about how does this program impact the tapestry of a school system? And we netted out at believing very strongly that it was important to have that program be in place, personal opinion, to basically change egregious numbers where as a student, if you don't have a role model you can look up to, that really sets you back even earlier in life. But my dad's a Caucasian male. My mother's a Latina female. So it actually disadvantaged him in some ways, but we actually saw it as important. So that's an example of, again, even that is quasi-uncomfortable or complicated, but like that's how complicated problems are fixed, is you dive into it, you don't shy away from it.
Mm-hmm. Is there a question or two from the audience? I have the light glaring at me, so I can't.
Yeah, my name's Charlie Eaton, and I'm with the Human Capital Lab at Stanford.
Yeah.
And I really liked both what you said and folks on the previous panel said about expanding your recruitment to colleges other than less diverse institutions like my own. But if we're recruiting more broadly from outside of the state, from more diverse colleges, it doesn't necessarily get at how do we create more pathways from the diverse communities in the Bay Area. And also, if we're focusing on colleges, it leaves out all those folks who have already graduated from college and might want to make a career transition to tech. And so I wondered if you have thoughts about what Stanford can do as an educational institution about those problems and how we might work better with companies like yours.
Yeah, so again, this is something where I have other companies as reference points and excited to do more at Gusto in this vein. But the ability to go mentor either at middle school, high school, very formative stages. I mean, I remember back to being in public school where you were made fun of if you were smart, you were made fun of if you were technical or liked math or science, heaven forbid, you like numbers. And I think ways to change that, again, are super grassroots, super bottoms up. But specifically, I think Facebook's done a good job in Menlo Park, EPA, having some friends participate in those programs, go out and work in the local community where there are a lot of problems as well. And I think that's always an opportunity for universities to do as well. It's so close by.
I'll ask this question then in wrapping up. It touches on this issue of what's cool and what's not and where the culture gets set broadly. We have a new incoming administration.
Yes.
And a president-elect who who projects quite different values from President Obama when it comes to diversity. How do you think that affects Silicon Valley and this goal that you hold dear?
Yeah, I think so. Really quick anecdote, but I was in DC on election night, and I was right outside the White House fence from like 7 p.m. to midnight on election night. So you can come afterwards, and I can share some stories with you guys. But I think the role of Silicon Valley, and this is a discussion we do have a lot in the company, tech has a huge role in the world today, right? Some of the biggest companies in the world are in tech. We are fairly siloed geographically, which is actually not a good thing because it becomes easy to feel like we're in a bubble. I grew up here. I've been here my whole life. I was born in San Francisco. This area is an echo chamber. So traveling and getting out of this area is incredibly important. It's part of why we opened an office in Denver. It's why we give every one of the Gusto employees on our team a free plane ticket anywhere in the world on their 1-year anniversary to get them to leave, explore, and travel somewhere. And so I don't know if everyone can do that, but that's one thing we do. I think in the next 10 years, there's a path for tech to become the enemy in the country if it doesn't take on the responsibility of not just optimizing user flows and product workflow, driving engagement, driving ad monetization, and embraces the fact that we have a profound impact on people's lives around the world.
Thank you very much, Josh.
Thank you.
Please welcome Anthony Heckman, an associate at Kapor Capital, Jamie Wong, the founder and CEO of Viable, and Monique Woodard, a venture partner at 500 Startups and co-founder of Black Founders.
Nice.
Here to lead the conversation, Atlantic senior editor Ron Brownstein.
Morning, everybody. Morning, guys. Thanks for joining us. We're here to talk about behind the money, and on whichever side of the line you look, the people who write the checks or the people who receive the checks. The numbers in the venture capital industry are pretty one-sided. There's a new survey actually out this morning, like literally as we were heading over here, from the Information and the firm Social Capital surveyed top 72 venture capital firms, identified all of the people who make investment decisions, say 580, 89% male, 75% white. Changed very little from last year when it was 92 and 78. If you look on the other side of the check, the people who received the funding, another study from CB Insights, 87% had white founders, 12% Asian-owned founders, African-American-owned companies, a 1% sliver, which left Latinos as kind of a rounding error almost within that. 1% of all Latino-owned businesses in the country founded between 2007 and 2012 received venture capital or angel investments. Each of you, in your own way, have focused on these disparities, which probably aren't news to many people in the audience. I want to start by asking you, how has it become so lopsided, and what will it take for it to meaningfully change? Monique?
Well, I think that, venture capital comes out of finance. And so if you look at, other areas of finance, they are also tend to be very lopsided. Venture capital is a little bit of a newer industry. And so I think that we still have not done a lot of the things that other areas of finance have done to try to diversify their ranks. And so when it comes to venture capital, it's also very network and relationship driven. You hire an associate from the people that you know. Or, you knew a guy, and it's always a guy. Like you knew a guy whose son wanted to be a VC, and then you hire him as an associate, and that's how you kind of formed the ranks, and then those people moved up through the ranks.
So is it just a self-reinforcing network, Anthony? Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot of the problem, right? To further Monique's point, venture comes out of finance, it also comes out of tech, right? And you have a cycle of the same people funding the same people over and over and becoming VCs and then funding their friends. And, it's something that we think about all the time at Capor Capital and are working aggressively, to change, right? To invest in underrepresented founders so that they build businesses that consider problems, beyond the scope that where so much of Silicon Valley has been focused for several decades.
You're on the other side of the check. What's your experience been?
So this experience that these guys are describing is exactly what takes place, and I think what's inferred is it's somewhat of a passive process because it's just inherited and it's kind of just where everything defaults to. But in addition to that, this default of homogeneity actually becomes institutionalized and becomes proactive. I think we've all heard the term pattern matching, which is taking this default of hiring your friends, seeing who becomes successful, and then repeating that pattern. And that becomes an investment thesis for every investor I've spoken to. And I think each investor may have a different definition for what that pattern matching is, but it is very firmly believed this is how you invest successfully and ethically. And that just further reinforces.
Well, let's drill down right there, Monique, because obviously this industry, the VC industry, with all of the problems that we're talking about, challenges here, they've made a lot of good decisions. They have invested in a lot of companies that have proven to create enormous value and change the way we live and work. Isn't it plausible for people to say, look, our primary goal is to do exactly that, and you are asking us to take our eye off the ball?
Right, but what about everything they've left on the table? So if you look at, and especially as the United States specifically, and as the world on a macro level changes, as the U.S. starts to become browner, as Latinos increase their population, as African Americans increase their population, as Asians increase their population, and the U.S. becomes less white and becomes a majority minority nation, which we are very much on track to become. You can't then say, okay, well, we're going to keep doing what we've always done because that's worked. Because as we keep going forward and those economic shifts happen and those demographic shifts happen, what was always working will no longer work.
Which gets to a big, broad question. When you're asking the industry to be more inclusive, is it out of altruism or is it a missed opportunity to be more
Well, I think you have to speak to people's pockets. And missing out on revenue and missing out on opportunities to make more money really speaks to people. I do believe that we have an ethical and a moral obligation to make sure that we have an inclusive industry and we are bringing more people in who have different perspectives. But at the end of the day, we are here to make money, and I think being able to speak to the direct economic impact of being inclusive and of being more diverse is really important.
And do you see having a more diverse portfolio as fundamentally an ethical, moral obligation, or do you see it as a business opportunity?
It's a huge business opportunity. I mean, and to further, Monique's point, to bring numbers to the conversation, I believe, the Black and Latinx communities in the United States represent over $2 trillion in spending power, right? And if you are someone building a business to serve those communities, the investment community needs to be looking to fund entrepreneurs who are bringing products and services that, to those communities that better their lives, that are, sustainable and long-term. Even if they're solely focused on making a buck, right? There's huge economic opportunity.
I also think this is a false dichotomy. I mean, sometimes, yes, of course, what may seem the most altruistic isn't the smartest financially, and vice versa. But a lot of the opportunity, it exists in the center of that Venn diagram. And by focusing there, I think we can alleviate a lot of the strain and pressure in the community, culturally, financially, institutionally, that we all feel like we're up against when do we do what's good and moral and what we believe in on a value, soft, warm, mushy-gushy perspective, or do we make money, which is what we're here to do?
I want to read you a quote, Jamie, that I found that you had in an interview in which you kind of elaborated on that point. You said, practically speaking, there are clear, well-documented disadvantages we face, particularly when it comes to raising money. It's a disadvantage to our community and society at large that sexism is still so prevalent in tech and startups. We are all suffering from this, not just female founders who experience it directly. Women are far more aware of the suffering because it's personalized, but sexism in Silicon Valley holds the whole world back. What do you mean by that?
So on a micro level, if we have a lack of talent, which is a big problem for most growing companies, it stalls growth and innovation and attracting talent. And we want more people to learn how to code. Now, what is going to attract more talent? Well, women will attract more women. Women will also attract more men. And so that's on a micro level. On a macro level, too, when we're looking at even beyond talent and also leadership and funding female-led startups and executives, all of the data shows that female-led companies tend to be more successful. So also women tend to hire more inclusively. Women tend to be more effective leaders and build stronger teams with higher retention rates. So this is good for everybody. I think that, once again, putting up these walls where they don't exist between altruism and financial success, between what's ethically right for the sake of political correctness and diversity and what's good for business and fostering innovation and financial growth, that's where our mistake is.
Yeah. Speaking of another false dichotomy, there is a big debate. Everyone kind of acknowledges the numbers, really, at every level of the industry, in the VC side, in the workforce of many of the big companies, and which kind of startup companies get funded, enormous racial and gender disparities. But the debate is really, is it the pipeline or the net, right? So there was another study in 2016 by the venture capital first round, and it found that when asked to identify the main driver behind tech diversity's problem, almost half of men surveyed said the problem was that there were not enough women and minorities who were entering the tech field, right? Only a quarter of women gave the same answer. So ultimately, is there a problem with the pipeline, or is it the problem, the net, at the other end?
I think that, largely the pipeline answer is a bit of a myth.
Yeah.
There are tons of really talented and bright Black, Latinx women engineers and STEM professionals coming out of HBCUs, coming out of state schools, coming out of even Ivy League schools every single year. And so it's an issue of where are you going to find those people? Are you going to Howard University? Are you going to Hampton University? Are you going to all of these places where I know that talented African-American engineers are coming out of those schools and then going into government jobs and jobs at large multinational corporations, but they're not coming to tech and they're not coming to startups. So what is your recruitment pipeline is the pipeline problem.
Mm-hmm. Pipeline or net?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think too much of the conversation centers around diversity numbers at large, older tech companies that everyone knows, and not, the lack of investment in women and black and brown people at the startups who will become these large tech companies, right? And investing in people who are, understand the value of diversity and inclusion from a cultural standpoint in the workplace, but also the significant, if you look at all the studies shown, as she said, that, companies that are more diverse from a race and ethnicity standpoint outperform industry medians by 35%. Gender diversity, they outperform by 15%. So it's like, I think we need to take the conversation. Yes, it's important to have the broader, large company conversation, but we need to focus on startups and investing in these founders who are building the future.
Parenthetically, you got to love a place where Google and Apple and Facebook are the rusty incumbents, right? I mean, that's just, but Jamie, just your thought on that. Pipeline problem? I mean, is there a legitimate issue in the number of African American, Latino, and women who are moving into the STEM fields? My colleague Emily DeRoy has written at The Atlantic the incredibly small number of black and Latino students taking, for example, AP science exams in many states. Is there kind of a self-reinforcing, perhaps a kind of a self-selection that reduces the pipeline?
So I think we're talking about apples and oranges, because yes, of course, there is a pipeline problem, and this starts in very, very early education, and it's linked to economics, it's linked to culture, racism, everything that plagues our country. There is also extreme bias where there are enough, yes, there are less, but there is enough talent in coming from diverse communities, and they're not getting hired. So I think we need to acknowledge both truths and not see it as either or once again.
Joint Venture Silicon Valley here did a study, and they found that in San Mateo and Santa Clara County, 2/3 of the people working in computing and mathematics fields are foreign-born. 2/3 are foreign-born. And that there's a clear upside to that this is a magnet for talent from around the world. But is there a sense in which this industry has found it easier to find the top folks from Mumbai than to create a pathway for kids from Oakland?
Yes. So there was a venture capitalist who I deeply respect, although I don't respect this quote. And he was saying, people keep complaining about this diversity problem in Silicon Valley, and I don't understand what they're talking about. We have people coming from Ireland, from the UK, from France, even some from Turkey. So, people really need to get more specific and accurate about what they're saying. Now, this is a certain, this culture is familiar, I think, to many of us, and he's not wrong. That's true, and we should see that. That's not the diversity problem we're talking about, though. And I think being able to acknowledge that, again, the scope that we're talking about when we think of diversity, some of that needs to be educated, and sometimes you have, one person talking about apples, another person talking about oranges, and part of that is making sure that we're all on the same page. Let's define these terms.
Yeah, I think one way of framing it that may make more sense to folks is not like a diversity problem, but an exclusion problem, right? Like there's a lot of diversity in Silicon Valley, but blacks and Latinx folks and women have been excluded, for quite some time, especially at the higher reaches within the organizations. And so I think, there are people coming from Turkey and Ireland and France, but there are, not a lot of folks coming from Oakland.
That's
something we need to change.
Is the ability to attract talent from all over the world a safety valve that reduces the urgency of creating pathways for? I mean, I talk. When I go around, we do a lot of events around the country. I've been with mayors in many of the most thriving cities in the country, and they all have their own version of the same problem, I think, which is if you're in Austin or if you're in Denver. In fact, John Hickenlooper, who is now the governor of Colorado, has called this the Denver paradox. We attract people from all over the country and all over the world because we're creating so much economic opportunity and we're such a good place to live, and we can't create a pathway for the kids growing up in our own low-income neighborhoods to compete for the jobs we're creating. When one mayor said to me, it might as well be happening on the moon, right? And you could talk to Rahm Emanuel, and he will say the same thing about the south side of Chicago or Seattle or Austin, and many places where this basic dynamic is true, that it's easier to import your talent than to provide a pathway for your own kids to get there.
Right, but you also have to then go into systemic bias and see what's underneath the hood. So if it was just, that importing global talent is a safety valve, well, if you turn that safety valve off, would that flip? Would you then be looking into Oakland? And would you really be looking at Atlanta? Would you really be looking at some of these cities where the population of African American and Latinx professionals is higher? I'm not sure that people would. I think you have to understand and get to the hidden bias that is underneath some of the challenges that we're talking about. Because, you go into some of these tech companies and you ask them about, did you go and recruit from Howard University, which is a well-respected HBCU? And they say, no, we don't want to recruit from that school. And so then you have to start to peel back the layers of why and what they're talking about when they say that, that's not a school that they want to recruit from. So I think that it has a lot more to do with hidden bias or just bias.
Let me table one more area before I bring in the audience for a couple of questions. When we think about, and this goes back to who gets funded, so Jamie, let me start with you. If we had a more diverse roster of companies and founders that were getting funded, would we just be changing the complexion of the people who can maybe hit it big and get rich, or would we also be changing the kind of issues and challenges and problems that the companies focus on? With a more diverse startup culture, would you have firms that were aiming at different needs in society?
I mean, you probably know my answer, but I think to the extent, if the only thing that's different between this new cohort of people that would be funded and the incumbents is purely just a shade of skin, then that is all we're doing. Mm-hmm. But if we're really seeing something deeper and going for something deeper and not just a shade of skin, and I don't think that that's what anyone amounts to. I think that often is a reflection or what informs so much more. Then of course we're fundamentally changing the culture and we're changing the entire economy.
Anthony, I know I've talked to with social entrepreneurs who say that a for-profit model is actually a better way to make change. Because when you're in a nonprofit model, you're kind of rattling the cup every year, going to foundations, constantly wondering about how you're going to keep the lights on. Yeah. But if you can create a business model around meeting a social need, you inherently have a more sustainable project. Do you think, as Jamie said, is part of the goal here to change the problems people are attacking, or just the kind of, like I said, just the complexity of the people
as I said,
might get rich?
In the beginning, like if there are profits to be made, right, by building for, black and brown people in this country, right? There are billions and billions in profits to be made. And so, the market opportunity is there. What we need is investors to step up and fund these people. And that's what we're trying to do.
We're going to talk more about this later, and I do want to leave time for questions, but I want to read you one quote from Steve Bannon, who is coming in at, the head of Breitbart.com, who is coming in as President-elect Trump's chief White House strategist. And he did this interview with Michael Wolff in The Hollywood Reporter a few weeks ago, in which he kind of really laid out their worldview and talking about how the globalists created a middle class in Asia while eviscerating a middle class in the US. And this is what he said. He had one sentence that really jumped out at me, where he said about Democrats. They were talking to these people with companies with a $9 billion market cap, employing 9 people. It's not reality. They lost sight of what the world is about. And whatever else we think about Steve Bannon and everything that he represents, does he have a point? Does this industry contribute enough to creating broadly shared opportunity? Or is it fundamentally about creating enormous amounts of market value and wealth without truly creating big employment opportunity?
I think we need to look beyond just, shareholders, stakeholders, which of course is very important as well. But also, our responsibility here in Silicon Valley is no longer just about profit and innovation. We are defining and leading culture, pop culture, psychology, society, religion, politics. It reflects it all across the country. And so I think that we're sending out a message. This is what success looks like. This is what failure looks like. And we need to take a hard look at how we want to represent those.
Sure, and I think that with the rise of AI and robotics and the potential to decrease the number of jobs for people, and especially in blue-collar jobs. I think that, Silicon Valley does have a responsibility to think really carefully about the things that we put into place. I think that, just because we can doesn't mean that we should. In some cases, especially when it comes to AI and robotics. And I think that it's really important to think carefully about the application of these products as we start to roll them out. And yes, Silicon Valley is all about creating efficiencies and increasing market cap. But how can we do that and bring in more people as opposed to blocking out and being exclusionary?
We have time for one question if we've got anyone in the audience. We have someone right up here. I don't know, do we have a microphone?
Right here in the back.
Oh, in the back, sorry.
Beg your pardon.
Okay.
My name is Becky Saunders. I work at a cable access TV station in Palo Alto. I would like to hear your perspectives. I'm a baby boomer, and I have watched the dismantling of the public education system in the U.S., I guess, since I became conscious of, fourth grade when they started busing. And I understand that if they'd had open housing, we wouldn't have had a need for busing. But I have watched the education system here, the investment in our youth, trickle down to an embarrassing amount. And what can Silicon Valley companies do? Because that really does affect, you talk about eviscerating the middle class. I think an uneducated electorate, et cetera, is very easy to well, whatever, I'm just trying to get some ideas here about what can you all do, or what can we all do to promote that education that gives everybody a better equal chance.
Any thoughts? Yeah, just maybe add one kind of added twist. I mean, there was a lot of hope over the last 15 years that bringing tech into the classroom, personalizing lessons plans, allowing kids to learn at their own rate, would overcome a lot of the kind of underlying barriers. Wondering maybe thoughts on how realistic it is for tech to solve some of the structural issues that produce educational inequality.
I mean, I think a lot of this has to do, again, back to the community. And if we're building, if this idea of inclusion extends beyond hiring practices, beyond fundraising theses and investment theses, and where all these tech companies and the individuals who work there, we're all just groups of people, are actually engaged in our communities and see ourselves as a part of it. And think very, very proactively about how we include the community around us.
Yeah. Any final thoughts, Monique, Anthony?
I think, being able to have access to the technology is really important. And so I see a lot of public school districts who just don't have the funding and don't have the money to have access to those products. So even though technology could play a large role, it simply can't because of budgetary concerns. So then how do we make sure that, kids in East Palo Alto have the same, have the same access and opportunity as Palo Alto proper?
Yeah, I mean, to further the point, it's not just about the budgetary concerns, but investing in ed tech companies that are gap closing, right? Not all ed tech is gap closing ed tech. Some actually increase disparity. So focusing on those companies that are broadening opportunity for the have-nots, right?
And to build on that,
importance.
On a very practical level, I mean, that really includes taking a long view and understanding that, the return on that ed tech company, what it looks like in 5 years, 10 years, may not be what it is in the longer term and the grosser implications and impact it can have financially.
Join me in thanking Anthony, Jamie, Monique. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome eBay CEO Devin Wenning and the Atlantic's Washington editor-at-large, Steve Clemens.
Hey, everybody. Greetings. I guess you're there. We were going to actually jump over the couches and do something fun and different and unconventional, but this is a serious topic. We can't be as funny as we usually are. Hello, sir.
Hi.
So, why aren't you with Donald Trump today?
I don't know.
I thought the answer was going to be because you were going to come to the Atlantic event and talk about inclusion and diversity, but you could have been the inclusion and diversity, kind of rider in the Donald Trump meeting, right?
This seems like a very good way to spend my afternoon with you talking about inclusion.
For those of you who don't know, that many of Devin's CEO colleagues of the area are meeting with Donald Trump today, talking about the economy, how to get it right. He's meeting with Tim Cook, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, and others. But we were together in Washington not too long ago, around in April, and you made this fascinating comment, which is why I think we're here today. You said that Silicon Valley at its worst is a kind of bro economy. It's a 23-year-old engineer that's a stereotype, and it's also kind of true that that cycle is hard to break because the term unconscious bias is really important. And you said that young white engineers aren't going to hire black women engineers. And I'm wondering, as you framed that, and it was so powerful that day, what do you think is required and necessary to sort of shift that frame and culture, which arguably has produced the most successful piece of geography in the history of the planet?
Yeah, so look, I think beliefs and behaviors and biases are really powerful things. And they can be positive things. And Silicon Valley is a great example of how the ecosystem and the culture has created a remarkable place, both physically and metaphorically. Every year, you hear, here's the next Silicon Valley, and there never is.
Right.
This is a very, very special place, and it is in the water. It is the belief system. I moved out here from the East Coast because I so passionately believe in innovation.
You work for a Canadian company, right?
Well, it wasn't Canadian back then, but it is now.
Thomson Reuters. But you got in here, and you came in to this area. Did you come in from a bro, or?
No, it wasn't. But this is where I always wanted to be because I wanted to be part of that ecosystem that so passionately believed in innovation and building. But the 3 Bs can also be very negative and difficult to break. And the truth is, one of the things that I found when I came out here is I don't always think it's about ill intent. I haven't really found a lot of ill intent. What I have found is very strong inertia, and very strong inertia that at its worst can be a bro culture where they say, look, I've worked my entire life with young white engineers, and they're good, and they're successful. So if that's what I know, I'm going to keep doing that. And directly to your question, when I was invited, I was delighted to come here because I think that the only way to break those powerful ecosystems and that powerful inertia is less talk and more action. And the action is about real things that companies can do, and I guess I represent the big companies, some of the founding fathers of Silicon Valley, to not stare at the problem and give speeches about the problem, but to say we're doing a series of things that won't change the world overnight, but they will change the world. And I do think that it can be done. And I see it in my company, and we are making progress, and I see it around the valley, and I think there is an optimistic case, but it's a journey, and there's a lot of work to do.
When we met in April, you said that your African American employees were 8% of the company. And we showed a graph, a chart up here at the very beginning, and the highest number of African Americans in a company was Apple, and also 8%. Is 8% the high bar that you should feel proud about? Is it a low bar and you got to tell, every other major company we looked at was sort of at the 1% or 2% level on that chart. But I mean, is that not just shameful?
So, well, what I'd say is, I don't know what the right number is. What I think we should be is reflecting our market. And our market is, in many ways, the consumers of the world. That's what eBay's business is. I think one of the ways to take action is I don't think companies always understand why this is an issue. They think of it in negative terms. They think, I need to do this because I don't want to get beat up on it. I don't want the media to come attack me about it. I don't want a negative story, and I don't want my board breathing down my neck because of some issue called inclusion. That's the worst reason to have this on the agenda. I talk about it in terms of I authentically believe that we will not compete in the marketplace if we don't reflect our customers, and if I don't create an environment where the best talent wants to come to eBay. And that is an inclusion agenda. Right? This is Silicon Valley. It's rough out there in the talent wars. We lose people all the time. We hire people all the time. It is got some of the highest turnover of any place in the world.
That is a positive, constructive frame. I mean, when I was listening to Ron Brownstein up here in the last panel, he was asking about pipeline and issues, and part of me has been asking with today's forum whether or not the challenge or the fix is to look at the fact that talent is being left on the table. And if that talent were part of the pool, there'd be greater profitability, greater productivity, greater success, and that leaving that talent on the table or not in the door, there's a consequence to that we're there. Or is it a function of just fairness and what we've been hearing, empathy and these kind of softer social issues? But is there an economic rationale in your mind, which I just heard you make?
I think if there's not, we have a big problem, and there is. So of course it's about empathy and it's about doing the right thing, but we're running a business and we're competing in the marketplace, and my job is to create value for my shareholders, my employees, and my customers. To me, inclusion is that agenda. It's not a different agenda. It's not we're running a competitive business and then we're trying to do something good in the world. Yes, we're trying to do something good in the world, but if I don't create an environment where the best women engineers and the best black engineers and the best Hispanic engineers want to come authentically to eBay, not because of some corporate speech, but they feel like they can be their best selves, I'm not going to win in the talent war. And conversely, I actually think we have created a great environment, and we get more talented people who might have gone to a sexier startup or a different company at a different stage of its environment because they feel like these guys get it and there are other women here and I actually don't have to leave my best self at home. It is about the talent war. And I think if you convince your company to really believe that, that's how you make progress rather than here's a target, 8% needs to be 9%. I don't know what exactly the right number is. I know that when we reflect our customers, we will compete better. I know when the best people, regardless of what their background is, want to come to eBay, we will compete better. And that's why I'm so passionate about it.
As you look around Silicon Valley at other CEOs that are struggling with this, I mean, I'm impressed with the frame you just brought. Do you look at this, the way you just looked at this as a competitive advantage between you and is it not in your interest, for instance, from a corporate perspective, for all of them to get better at inclusion?
I'd like to see everybody get better. I'd like to get better than everybody else faster. I mean, that's. Let me be brutally honest.
It is interesting, right?
If I'm really in the talent war, of course I want Silicon Valley to get better. I cringe when I see the accurate stories about the issues in Silicon Valley. That doesn't make me feel proud of the brand. But my job is to run eBay, and I'm going to make eBay better as fast as I can so that I can compete and I can get the best people. One of the things worth saying is, just beyond the numbers, we've started to look at the problem much more holistically. Oftentimes this conversation immediately goes to, tell me how many women are in your company. That is important, but I actually think it's a very narrow view, and it's not actually helping advance the agenda particularly. We have started talking about this inside of our company as the workforce, the workplace, and the marketplace. The workforce is hiring. It's who we retain. It is about the numbers. It's, are we getting the best people or are we not? And what does that look like over time? The workplace is about an environment when those people come, they feel welcome. They feel included and not excluded, and they don't look around like, hey, I'm the only one here. What am I doing here? And the marketplace is our product. It's the way we reach out to the world, and that's part of the inclusion agenda too. I'll just give you one example. We hired recently a phenomenal chief diversity officer, and I think one of the reasons we were able to get somebody so talented is I didn't say, you need to come in here and turn my 8% black engineers into 9%. That is part of what we want to do. But another thing that I said is what I really want you to do is I want you to build a program where we take eBay out to inner cities and we create thousands of underprivileged entrepreneurs supported on our platform so that when we talk about our social impact, it's unique to us. It's authentic. And that our inclusion agenda is as much about the way we show up outside the company as inside. And that resonated. And I think that's incredibly important because, again, it ties to what we do. It's not another thing, it's what we do.
Let me ask you a question. This is probably going to be a dangerous question for me to ask, but I don't know. It's only been out for a day. But how many of you have read Ta-Nehisi Coates' new piece that just came out called "My President Was Black"? If you haven't read it, treat yourself to it. It will take you a week to read. It is longer than hell. I mean, it's just really, really long. But it's an unbelievable personal discourse, about Barack Obama, and it's filtered through Ta-Nehisi Coates' experiences. But in there, he talks about how Obama was, by his mother and by his grandparents, always fed the positive dimensions, the engagement dimensions, the heroic dimensions of being black, not the ones that were negative. And so when I'm listening to you, I sort of hear that in the way that you're talking about this. But it also starts out with a vignette of President Obama at a BET party, Black Entertainment, I guess, television party. And it reminds me of the old days. BET was really set up because they were not being let in the doors of others. Is there the capacity in some of the ethnic communities that feel left out, not empowered, to challenge this order here on I shouldn't say on their own, but with allies and others, to begin thinking? I mean, we're talking about people trying to fight up through Intel and eBay and Apple and Google, but is there some way that, or is that a silly notion here in Silicon Valley?
I don't think it's silly at all. And again, I do think that when this agenda becomes the business agenda, then it's a natural. I'll just give you one more example. We are very serious about recruiting, obviously. Every company here is. We're very serious about our intern programs because the beginning of our pipeline is when we reach out to colleges. So we just hosted a group of prospective interns for next summer from historically black colleges. It was the most positive event. And you can't fake it. Like, they know if they're wanted, and they know if they're wanted because of their talent or for another reason. And they are so enthusiastic, just like the energy around interns and the energy around a group showing up in Silicon Valley and showing up at these great companies, and people saying, we want you because you're a great engineer, and we need great engineers. It was such a high energy event that I absolutely think that we got to move to, first of all, we have to move to a more holistic view beyond the numbers. The numbers matter. Like, when I say that, I worry that people think that's a way to skirt the numbers. We publish
you put out your numbers.
We do, and we're gonna, and we always do that. I think transparency. Sunlight is the best disinfectant in some ways. It always is. But you can't stop there. You can't stop at just saying, what are your metrics, and are your metrics getting better? There's so much more to this agenda, and if it's always beating people over the head, saying you're not doing, it's a different thing, and you've got to hit these numbers, and it's not a business agenda, we're just not going to make progress as fast as we could.
I want to go out to the audience in a minute, but we've got an incredibly diverse array of people here today, and some are in firms, some are working on this issue, some may be here just as writers and commentators. But for those who want to move the needle on this in inclusion, and the power side of the table, and there are a lot of people who feel not empowered in this equation, what's the best piece of advice you can give to this community about this agenda?
First of all, I'm sure there are companies and CEOs and leaders who don't actually have a good mind frame here or a good motivation, but I've met many more that do, and they're looking for help. And honestly, what they want is advice, and not kind of like, I'm just holding you at bay, and I just want to hear from you so I can say I heard from you. They want help. They believe in this. They want to make progress. Many are struggling with how to make progress. So the first thing is, I think engagement is a great thing, and I think practical advice, here's what we saw worked, is welcomed by many more CEOs and leaders that I've seen than not. That's one thing. The second is back to the same point. Frame this along the agenda that people wake up in the morning worrying about. CEOs worrying about their companies. They worry about their business. They don't sleep at night worrying about their competition. When this becomes part of that equation, it's a force magnifier. When it becomes run your business and compete, how about your inclusion agenda? You're working against the grain, and it shouldn't be, because it is the same agenda.
Fascinating. I want to open up to the floor. We've got about 5 minutes here for questions. I'm sure. So, am I allowed to pick the people, or am I being here? So, right over here. Great. This is Lindsay Holloway, and she's letting me pick all of you today. I do want to say a shout out. I know this sounds odd, but Chris Chavez is here today, and it means a lot to me that she's here. And she came really to see you, but she was my date in 11th grade in Yokota, Japan. So she's right over here. We'll say
Chris?
hello later, but it's kind of a cool thing.
Is this true?
But this is actually her issue.
Honestly,
we're doing,
but before we go forward, I need to know if this is true. Is this true?
Chris? Put that on eBay. Okay, yes.
Hi, thank you so much for being here today. My name is Georgia Antonopoulos. I'm the Executive Director of Thrive, which is an alliance of nonprofits here in San Mateo County. And so my question to you today is, you run a company that acts globally, but I think one of the best paths towards creating an inclusive culture is really engaging locally.
Yeah.
And so what I would love to see is all of these community-based organizations and nonprofits that we work with that work with the local populations here, I would love to see representations from tech companies on our boards. And the smaller organizations, that's just not the case. Can CEOs like
So quick question, yeah.
Sort of create a more compelling incentive for your tech workers to join our boards? I would love to see that.
So would I. This to me is about the workplace, right? I talked about the workforce. The workplace is when people see that leaders are participating in their communities and part of the community agenda, it creates an environment that's more welcoming for people to join. So there's no doubt. We try to do a lot in our local community. We're down south in San Jose. We try to do a lot. We open up our buildings. We host local events. We do all that stuff. So I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but I'd be interested to know more. And the short answer is no doubt. No doubt.
Other question, comment?
I want to hear from your 11th grade date, Steve.
Yeah. Chris, do you have a question over there? Yeah, give the mic to Chris Chavez. Everyone, this is Christine Chavez.
Oh.
She's a kind of kick-ass attorney. Be careful of her.
Oh,
yes.
no.
Excuse me, I shouldn't have said that. Go ahead.
No, thanks. Thanks, that's all true. I really appreciate the practical advice and trying to make this part of the business agenda. If you have tips on selling that within our organizations, it makes some sense, and I think the practical advice is very helpful. We're all sitting here thinking, how do we get people to believe that?
Yeah, there is this kind of toolkit question. Sheryl Sandberg tried to get at this with mentors and supporting women in management in firms. And kind of her books is sort of how-to guide, if you will, for managers. But Chris is saying, are there other elements of how-to guides that you think can help these folks sort of transform their cultures?
I guess part of it depends on the company culture and what sells. Not the same messages sell in every company. Companies have their own cultures, right? If you're an analytical company, we're an analytical company, there's tons of research that says that when you reflect your markets better, you do better in the market. And that's not a doubt anymore. There's been lots of very well-documented empirical research that links inclusion to performance. Numbers work in the Valley. Data works in the Valley. It may not work in every company, but I just think leaders have to frame this issue as not only that it's personal, it is to me, but that it's part of their agenda in running a great company. It's part of what leadership is, and it's part of competing. And I just, I always think it makes life easier that way.
Right. And there was another question over here, right?
And by the way, just one other thing while we tee up that question.
Right.
I think it's incredibly important that everybody is part of this conversation. Like Sheryl is incredible, and she's advanced the agenda so far. I think everybody needs to join. White men need to be part of this conversation. They can't shy away from it. I think oftentimes, you get invited and you think, should I do this, or am I going to get criticized as a white guy for talking about inclusion?
Or two white guys.
You can't, or two white guys. You can't start an inclusion conversation by excluding anybody.
No, we need to be
right?
part of it. Absolutely.
And I'm not shy about it. I was on a panel in Davos last year that was extraordinarily criticized because it was 4 men talking about gender inclusion. Are we not allowed, men shouldn't have this conversation? I never understood that. I'm not going to back down from it or be shy about it. We all have to be part of this discussion.
Thank you. Real quick.
Research shows that the real issue is retention, and the mid-management level is the area in Silicon Valley where training on team dynamics is the weakest. So my question to you is, how do you judge mid-level managers as part of their business units and business metrics and diversity and inclusion?
Yeah, it's a really,
in like
really
30
good,
seconds or less.
It's a really good question. We see people drop out of the workforce in mid-level. Women tend to more than men, but both do. And it's a career development issue. Like, this is back on the business agenda. We have to take career advancement and planning extraordinarily careful. It's in year 2 through 5 that people begin to say, do I have a future here? Do I have a career here? Do I belong here? And that's when you need to intervene to both help people develop themselves and show them a career path. We've shown that when you do that, you can actually alter outcomes. You can get people to stay with our company. And I do think that some of that can be tailored specifically given who might be dropping out of your workforce. So I think it's a great question, and that is exactly where the pressure point is.
Thank you. Devin, just as we close, I'm going to ask you just one last complex question. Donald Trump just won the presidency. He is meeting with a lot of folks up there. He is appointing a lot of women, interestingly, to various positions. More, it may surprise people, but in terms, no, just finish it. They may be billionairesses and others, but he is actually. But yeah, no. I mean, but my point is this. Clearly, let me finish. Clearly, the culture that Donald Trump has promulgated thus far does not look like one that is progressive, that is on the side of the issues that we're discussing, that there. Does Silicon Valley, do you think, separating from eBay for a minute, have the muscle, the backbone to kind of sort of stand up for the culture that I think you represent in the country, the soul of the country, if you will? How's that? Is that better? Yeah, but
I think I'm just going to sit on the sidelines of this. And,
no.
I wrote a memo to my employees the day after the election that it went out and it went around quite a bit. And I did it because I don't care that much about politicians or politics. I care deeply about issues. If you walk around our campus, this isn't a corporate speech. Inclusion, immigration, trade built my company. Right. And my people care about that. And if we don't, and I'm going to fight for that. And I'm going to fight for it agnostic of politicians. I don't want to comment on any individual. I will stand up for those issues, not only because it's my job as the CEO of eBay, it's also, I believe, the best path for our country, and it's my country too. And I will speak up, and I will fight for those issues. And I suspect you'll hear other leaders in the Valley do the same.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Devin Wenig, CEO of eBay. Thank you very, very much, Devin.
Please welcome back Margaret Lowe.
Thank you so much, Devin Wenig, and thank you, Steve. And now I'm happy to report it's time for lunch. It'll be a chance for you to connect with one another and take part in some of our workshops we have lined up for you. Let me just tell you briefly before you stand up about some of the offerings. We have a session about empowering female entrepreneurs, another on how to scale equity in education. A third workshop is about what inclusion looks like in action, and finally, how digital inclusion can close the homework gap. All the workshops are out there in the lounge area where we had breakfast. Session areas are marked. They should be easy to find. Grab a lunchbox and find a seat. Our staff will be out there to help you. If you don't want to go to a session, you're more than welcome to come in here with our lunch. Our team will be there to direct you to food and the workshops, and we will see you back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you so much.
speaker slide 8 go. Welcome again, Margaret Lowe.
Hello, I'm so glad you're all back. I hope you enjoyed the food, one another, and that the workshops were fruitful. This afternoon is a conversation about the communities that are home to Silicon Valley world-changing companies. Some of those companies notably started in someone's garage. Now the region's leading entrepreneurs can't even afford a garage. Housing is expensive, that's no shocker, but regionally this is the most expensive real estate in the country. The National Association of Realtors recently noted that San Jose was the first metro area in the country where the median price of a single-family home is more than $1 million. And housing is just a piece of the puzzle. There are plenty of other challenges: transportation, education, and access to health care. Those are all on the list, too. San Jose Mayor Sam Liccardo cares deeply about these issues, the region, his city. He grew up in San Jose. He sees what's evolving, and he's trying to change that. And he's here to help us kick off the afternoon, so it is my great pleasure to welcome San Jose Mayor Sam Liccardo.
Margaret.
Hey, Harold, great to see you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mayor. Thank you so much for being here. First, I want the audience to know that it was actually a conversation that you and I had a little more than a year ago. We were happily placed next to one another at a dinner. And I just turned to you and I said, so what's consuming your time? What are you caring about in these days in San Jose? And you began to tell me about what was happening, that it was really a tale of two cities. So thank you for helping us galvanize this gathering, number one. And I want to start, you want to get your earpiece back on?
I'll fetch it.
Okay, good. The dangers of technology.
Yes.
I shouldn't say that in this crowd. I want to start with the question of the have and have-nots in the Valley. And just to talk about San Jose, where I gather there are more people living in poverty in your city than live in Mountain View and Palo Alto combined.
Yeah.
What's going on?
You know, if you took the bottom quintile of households, we'd see average income of about $22,000. In a city of 1 million, that's well more than 200,000 people. So you get the sense of the scale of poverty here in the midst of the most plentiful, abundant valley on the planet. And it starts to illustrate just how great our challenge is. We just saw the tragedy in Oakland, what happened to the ghost ship, and yet, there, but for the grace of God, go any city in this valley or in this Bay Area where we've got thousands of families living in garages, and they simply have no choice. And we can certainly get out there with a whole team of code enforcement officers, but that's not going to solve the challenge that those families are facing.
I'm going to fix your mic.
Thank you.
I think that's better. How's that? Does that feel
Fantastic.
better? Good.
Thank you. I feel better now.
Good. It's a terrible feeling. When last time I was here, I took an Uber for a business meeting, and I got out of the Uber, and the gentleman walked around to get my suitcase out of the trunk, lifted the trunk up, and at the bottom of the trunk was a security officer's uniform. And I looked at him and I said, "That yours?" And he said, "Yeah." He said, "I work 2 jobs. I get off the security job and I ride Uber all day." And is that the story of this valley? Is that what people are doing? How are they making a living?
Certainly, and there are too many stories like that. And for us, the challenge is twofold. Obviously, it's the extraordinary housing costs, and the other is really the ability for us to create on-ramps to prosperity. Before Google Maps came around, the most frustrating experience for any driver was trying to get an on-ramp on a freeway when you knew the freeway was right there, but you just couldn't find the on-ramp. That is the experience for thousands of our teenagers who would love to be able to get on this incredible on-ramp, on the on-ramp to this incredible route of Silicon Valley, but there is simply no one to be able to provide them that path, particularly to get to college, which we know is the critical necessity for even getting into it.
Are there forces working against that, or is it just that no solutions have been conceived of?
Oh, there are great solutions out there, and we're working on a lot of them, and there's some mayors throughout the country who are working on them, and great nonprofits and companies. But the reality is we need to be able to scale. And we're able to demonstrate real success among segments of the population. And the question is, how can we really have a big impact? We just launched last year a San Jose Works program focusing on seeing how we could get teenagers living in gang-impacted neighborhoods their first job. What we saw in our burglary data was that in a section of the city, over 600 burglaries, over half of them were committed by juveniles. So it was clear that the gangs were getting to our kids before we were. So the plan was, great, let's see how many jobs we can get. 1,200 teenagers got their first job this year as a result of this effort. But as we think about the need of a city of 1 million people, 10th largest city in the country, we know we've got a long way to go. So we're having success. Now we have to scale.
Well, we're going to let you continue this conversation. I'm going to, because we're going to welcome some of your fellow mayors, I'm going to ask you to come, not go away, but to stay over there. And I'm going to welcome the other mayors who are also on the front lines of this issue. So to join the conversation, please welcome Donna Rutherford, the outgoing mayor of East Bay Palo Alto.
All right.
Patrick Burke, the outgoing mayor of Mountain View. I'm sorry, of Palo Alto.
See Pat.
I've got my geography. I'm working on the geography. And finally, that's great. That's great. And finally, Pat Showalter, the mayor of Mountain View. And here to lead the conversation, please welcome Kim Mai Cutler of TechCrunch. Tim, take it away. Thank you.
So I think that there were going to be some slides that were going to come up here, or not. I started writing about these issues a couple years ago as a third-generation Bay Area resident. I was actually born here in Mountain View. My father was born in Palo Alto, and we've been deeply involved in the industry, since the 1950s, basically. So I think where I want to start off is just kind of an opening question, for each of you about what you're hearing from your constituents and communities. And I can provide a little bit of context for every city. So Pat from Mountain View, of course, is the headquarters of Google. And you've kind of been at the center of it all. What are your constituents telling you? And another thing, they're actually one of the cities that's actually building housing in a significant way, or starting to explore it around the Google campus. So if you could kind of tell me a little bit about what your community is telling you now, or what you're seeing.
Well, our community is really committed to having a diverse range of people.
Yeah.
And we realize that in order to do that, we have to have a lot more homes.
Right.
And so 2 years ago at the election, there was quite a discussion about whether or not we should rezone this area we're in right now, called the North Bay Shore, for housing. And all of the candidates who were for housing won, and we immediately amended the general plan so we could study housing in the North Bay Shore, and we're producing the zoning for that. And we hope to be able to produce maybe as many as 10,000 units out here. But the community is really committed, I think, generally to that. At the same time, we kind of suffer from the perils of prosperity.
Yep.
And those
you know them well.
those two perils are not enough housing and bad traffic. And it's how to to balance those two. And we think that building housing is an excellent mitigation for traffic, because if people live close to their jobs, then there's a lot less traffic. Another part of that is people really want to have a bikeable and walkable community. So we're working very hard, as are many of our neighbors, to produce a community that's much more comfortable to be on a bike. I think for a long time, especially with our great weather, people who were, very brave and exceedingly athletic have been happy on the roads. But we're making the roads a lot more friendly, and we're producing trails.
Great.
And
then, do you mind if I?
No.
Yeah.
So those are
Pat
the things.
Comes from Palo Alto, which I would think in the history of the valley, it's actually the birthplace, or the true birthplace of Silicon Valley. It's the HP garage came out of, I believe the Palo Alto House of the very first mayor, one of the very first mayors of Palo Alto, who decided to subdivide his property, and then Bill Hewlett and Dave Packard started HP there. But today, Pat, you have a slightly different philosophy, which is around, emphasizing fewer jobs, right?
Well, not fewer jobs. Actually, not something
fewer
so
tech
different.
jobs.
A reduced rate of growth of
Yeah.
tech jobs, not a diminishment.
Okay.
So it's really not very different from what Pat was talking about in Mountain View. When they rezoned this area here for more housing, they took that property out of potential development for new office and commercial growth, and the big three companies in this area basically bid for rights for what they were going to allow in the next amount of office growth. So in Palo Alto, we're doing similar things. Our general plan is looking to increase the rate of housing growth and decrease our rate of job growth.
And so the general plan is what, like 6,000 units over the next 15 years or something? Right.
That's right.
Okay. Okay.
But we've already, we passed a general plan about 5 years ago, and we've already built the housing and the office space that was in it because we've had such a big bone. So we are a step ahead in terms of that. I'm glad to hear that you're following suit, though. That's good news. That's good news, Pat.
But the other part that we're focused on is actually looking at what we think is an under-recognized need to balance the equation. So to solve the transportation and housing problems, this region, which has been growing at, in the last 5 years, from 2010 to 2015, we added 500,000 jobs and 68,000 housing units in the region. At that pace of job growth, principally driven by high-paid tech jobs, if we were to actually triple our rate of housing growth in the region, which would be phenomenal, and continue with that rate of job growth, we would fall further behind. Not stay even, not catch up, but by tripling the rate of housing growth, as long as we grow jobs and principally tech jobs at that rate, we'd fall further behind.
I'm curious.
So how can we
you guys
address this without also looking at what is arguably an unsustainable rate of tech job growth? When we have a healthy Silicon Valley economy, which I've been in tech for 35 years, we have healthy tech job growth. That's at a rate like this. We're at a rate like that. It's not sustainable for our region, and we are, as a result, squeezing out middle and modest and lower income people who are essential to a real economy and society. You can't have a society of all software workers making $150,000 a year. That's not.
Do you want to?
Yeah,
I think I want to weigh in on this. And
good.
When I was introduced, actually, it's East Palo Alto, and East Palo Alto is a small community nestled between our neighboring cities of Menlo Park and Palo Alto. I come from a very different perspective on affordable housing. I come from the perspective that East Palo Alto for a long time has been overlooked. And when we decided to become incorporated in 1983 so that we could have say in our destination, which has always been a low-income community pretty much, that we wanted our residents to have a place that they could feel at home. Now, in 2000, we had redevelopment, which revitalized our community, brought in IKEA, the Ravenswood 101 Retail Center, and some other businesses, and new housing, which attracted high-tech, high-income professionals who happened to be Google employees and Facebook employees. So that impacted our housing stock because it ended up pushing out longtime residents in East Palo Alto. We have 57% rentals in East Palo Alto. Now, I applaud my neighbors. However, East Palo Alto is a leader in affordable housing. We have produced more affordable housing than the county. And we continue to do that. However, we want to make sure that we keep our longtime residents here. So, thank you. And we will,
Please, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'll jump in later.
Oh, no, I just struck, I appreciate East Palo Alto's leadership. I think this is really emblematic of the competing paradigms we've got right now in this country. We've got a new administration coming in the White House that's talking about a zero-sum game, building walls, excluding trade, excluding immigrants. And the Silicon Valley paradigm is a very different one. It's about bounty. And if our paradigm is going to win in the end, the legacy of Silicon Valley is going to be judged by what happens in East Palo Alto and in East San Jose. The fact that there is fabulous retail and wonderful office development in great cities like Mountain View and Palo Alto is wonderful, but that is not how Silicon Valley is going to be judged. If we're leaving entire generations of kids behind, if working class families have to move hours away. So really, this is the crux of the matter is what's happening in East Palo Alto or East San Jose or other struggling communities.
So the question I have for all of you, as someone who currently lives in San Francisco, in our board of supervisors, we have African-American supervisors representing the Fillmore and the Western Addition and the Bayview. We have Asian-American supervisors representing the West Side, like the Sunset District. We have, white supervisors from the northern neighborhoods, and Latino supervisor and David Campos from the Mission District, and they're all in one room. And it is, it's not pleasant or fun. It's often very, very ugly a lot of the time. But they are at least in one room, communicating with each other about their very, very different needs of their very, very different constituencies. But here in Santa Clara County, each of you have your own city council. You're kind of negotiating things for whatever your own community is, whether they're really affluent or low income. But there's I don't see a strong mechanism for negotiating out all of your respective needs with each other. So what are your responsibilities to each other as neighboring cities and communities?
Well, I have to say that actually, our neighboring cities, we have been collaborating on a lot of different issues. And looking forward, I'm sure we will continue. As a matter of fact, East Palo Alto has a very serious water problem. And we actually put a moratorium on construction, which is certainly going to affect our ability to produce more housing. And we have a city-owned site that's waiting to build 120 affordable units of housing. And we are working with the city of Palo Alto and Mountain View to transfer some water so that we can follow through on our construction and our housing, and also job creation. We have 0.32 jobs per capita. So, we remain optimistic that we will get the water that we need. And, it's a environmental justice kind of situation. And we get the lowest allotment of water in the whole San Mateo County. And we're about at our capacity. So we're in dire straits, but East Palo Alto has survived many struggles and challenges over the year. We are a young city, but obviously it's a place now that is very affordable for surrounding communities and employers who want to be able to bike and walk to work. There was a time when East Palo Alto was not a place that anybody wanted to be other than the residents that lived there and knew that eventually East Palo Alto would be recognized as a place that people want to be.
We do have an organization called the Cities Association, the Santa Clara Cities Association, and I hope there's a similar one in San Mateo. It is county-centric, and we do collaborate on many things through that and share knowledge about all sorts of things that come up, and make suggestions of model ordinances that we can share. One of the things that we worked on recently was, together, was the minimum wage, and raising the minimum wage, and we came up with a model ordinance that many of the communities have passed. Mountain View had already passed one, so we were very, very happy that the other communities wanted to join, because the things, the main drawback seemed to be not having a level playing field. So this is going to create a much more level playing field, which is great. So there's that. And then on many different subjects, we have collaborations. For instance, on the transportation measure that just passed, the mayors of Silicon Valley got together to work on the allocation of that would be on the ballot, and to come up with one that we felt was, thank you, I'm not used to all this stuff, that we felt was much more oriented toward the needs of the people, i.e. getting people to work. So we do collaborate, but you can't do it enough. There's so much strength in working together, and none of these problems that we have respect our city boundaries. So it's really important to do that.
So when Santa Clara County was built out, largely in the 50s and 60s, it used to be a lot of orchards and like agricultural land, and then it was turned into these very inexpensive subdivisions. And like I've gone back in the historical records, and there's a very famous mid-century modernist developer named Joseph Eichler, who when he first built homes were cost 1.5 times the median income here in the Bay Area in 1950, and now they're up to 10 to 1. And when you look at out of all this space, the office parks, the highway infrastructure, the single-family homes, which are now effectively luxury items at this point, I mean, does this urban form, does it make sense? To what extent should we preserve it, or what should it look like going forward for the next generation?
I'll just say no. The suburban sprawl isn't working for us. We see it on our freeways every morning and every afternoon, and it has huge impacts in terms of equity as well. We know the lack of density of housing, particularly near services, near transit, is a huge disadvantage in a lot of communities, as many families are left out. And as we look to densify in San Jose, and we're building 25, 30-story towers near BART stations that are planned, and a lot of other transit. The challenge is bringing everybody along, and we know that there are some communities that are simply not going to want to grow in that way. The problem, I think, Pat illustrated, they're doing everything they can to slow the jobs down.
Does that make sense to you?
It does for Palo Alto. The challenge is whether or not employers are going to recognize the importance of actually locating near transit and locating near where their talent is located, where their workers are. A quarter of Apple's employees live within the city of San Jose. They recently figured that out and bought a 4 million square foot site. That's great, but before that, they wouldn't go south to even look at it. And then they realized, oh, wait a minute, our workers are here. Getting the jobs near the housing is critical, and it's critical particularly to overcome the economic barriers that we see right now. They're pretty profound between the 650 area code in the north and 408 area code in the south. We recognize that the jobs and the wealth tend to be focused more in the north. And until that is better integrated, there simply aren't going to be more opportunities.
We have, in this upturn, we've seen that the land value within a mile or so of Caltrain stations has spread greatly between like approximately a 2x value versus out a few miles further away. So I think that all of the communities on the Caltrain line are seeing that that's not only job center locations, but housing center locations. Our two downtowns that each have Caltrain stops are where we're planning on putting the bulk of our new housing. But as Mayor Showalter spoke about, we had a consortium of North and West County mayors who rallied together to get now what was out of our county transportation tax $1 billion toward Caltrain. which had never occurred before. And then finally, as Mayor Rutherford had spoken about, we do have other opportunities that are informal collaborations that are actually quite strong. So East Palo Alto and Menlo Park are in a different county. They're San Mateo County from Palo Alto, but they're actually our strongest collaborations. We're in a joint flood control district with East Palo Alto, and we've just begun a tremendously important project to protect homes in East Palo Alto. We're in the process of transferring 500,000 gallons per year of water, of our allocation, to East Palo Alto, who fairly deserves that water allocation and was deprived of it when that was created through San Mateo County 30 years ago. And then we have a joint recycled water initiative to have a sustainable water supply, which Mayor Rutherford and I have sat on the creation of. So we have a lot of collaborations, but unfortunately we don't have the right governance structures to do it as strongly as we should.
Mm-hmm. I mean, do you see that manifesting in something like ABAG or MTC? Sorry, ABAG is the Association of Bay Area Governments. It's from 1960, and then the Metropolitan Transportation Commission is where federal transit and infrastructure dollars get sent in through the Bay Area, and those are the primary kind of regional bodies that we have now, but they're not entirely that strong.
Yeah, I think we get the government we deserve to some extent. In California, we're very suspicious. Easy for me to say, right? I'm the government. So, you know, we're very suspicious in California of concentration of power,
Right.
and folks don't want to give it up for some centralized metropolitan agency like you might see in Portland, for example. But where we've seen the greatest successes, for example, over the last year, we passed an almost $1 billion affordable housing measure countywide, a $6.5 billion transit and transportation measure countywide. You know, those things that can really move the needle on equity really require everybody giving up their turf. Not an easy thing to do. We're starting to see some of that emerge. But now when you talk about the level of MTC and ABAG, now you're talking about 99 cities and towns with their own fiefdoms and way too many egos. I can tell you, I've sat on those boards for a long, long time, and it is very hard to get consensus to move forward.
So one question I want to ask is, what is the leverage or negotiating power that a city should have against one of these very, very giant companies? So for example, I mean, within, like a very small mile radius of here, you know, the Bay Area has 3 of the most valuable companies in the world by market cap, and those would be Alphabet/Google, Apple, and Facebook. And as you said earlier, you know, Apple, you know, when Steve Jobs was getting approval for Apple Campus 2, which is that donut ring thing, which will add 14,000 workers to Cupertino, you know, it came out that only 8% of Apple's workers actually live in Cupertino, a quarter live in San Jose, 14% live in San Francisco. But the only city that gets to collect, you know, municipal tax revenue from the world's most valuable company is Cupertino, and all the other surrounding cities are sort of left with the consequences. And so, you know, I know that you have those negotiations with Google, and I know that East Palo Alto has some to some extent with Facebook. What can you do, or what can you negotiate in terms of community benefits, and what should you negotiate in terms of community benefits?
Well, that's a really good question, and we have worked with Google, and we'll continue to work with Google on many different things.
I'm curious, what percentage of your city budget comes from Google? Do you know, or
not much?
Yeah.
We have some very substantial ground leases because Google's buildings sit on Mountain View property.
Yeah.
And we've renegotiated those ground leases, but we don't get much sales tax, if any, from Google because they don't, you know, their product isn't
physical product. Yeah.
Isn't a physical product. So that is something that's changed, I think, in the last 15 years that really the taxing system hasn't caught up with.
Yeah.
Not
U.S. Steel.
Yeah. When we're in the negotiation process for zoning changes, that's a time when we can talk to them about community amenities. And really, Google has been fairly helpful with that. I mean, it's their city too.
But they're also like a almost $600 billion company.
I know.
So just like, you know, couple 10 million things here for there shouldn't be that much to them, right? So
Agreed.
I can't really disagree with that, and yet at the same time, it's their money. And we have to work with them as congenially as possible. And we have to create a community that is welcoming and friendly and, and cordial. So all of these things about how can we get the community benefits we need, and how can Google, get what they need to run their business. I mean, it's something that we work on every day.
Yeah, I think Pat's right. I think, cities have about 15 minutes of leverage. When you're talking about, a major multinational tech company that can be anywhere, every city would love to have them. I find that our most productive relationships aren't extracting community benefits. It's much more in, Facebook wants to launch a technology that will link Digital India. Can we test it out in downtown San Jose? We say, fantastic. We'll be your platform for innovative technologies, and let's see how we can benefit low-income residents with gigabit level internet service. Those are the partnerships that work. Community benefits are, for the most part, diminishing returns.
Let me add something to that, because it's very important to understand that Facebook is not in East Palo Alto.
Yep, they're in Menlo
However,
Park.
they do impact our traffic, and they impact our housing. They have reached out to East Palo Alto residents and businesses and nonprofits to work with us. We do want to receive community benefits because we don't have the type of money that San Jose has, Palo Alto has, or Mountain View. So, as a matter of fact, we had a settlement with Facebook, and they're giving $10 million towards housing. So,
is that part of the $20 million they announced the other week?
Yes.
Yeah. So for context, it costs around, at least in San Francisco, I don't know what your cost structure is for building a unit of affordable housing, but just to build a unit of affordable housing is like $500,000. So $10 million. Not that this is the way it's going to be spent, but it's like 20
well,
houses,
we
units
just
of housing.
also passed a measure that's going to bring 1.8 million in on housing. So we have two measures, and the voters approved them, so that's more money towards housing. But the benefits for East Palo Alto are important because as people are pushed out that don't want to be, we need some leverage to weigh in on the fact that it is impacting our community.
But, 10 million is obviously nowhere.
It's
so
really
what,
a drop in the bucket, but it's helps.
Something.
It helps.
And for Mountain View, I think Google has been very interested in the housing and the need to improve the supply of housing. They have really been a strong advocate for that, and we've needed that advocacy. So that's been good. And they also have been generous to some of our charities, like Silicon Valley at Home has gotten a donation of, wasn't it $1 million? I think for the next 2 years to work on helping people who were being displaced with really protection against becoming homeless. And those services are vital to our community because as the rents rise in Mountain View, people who are less prosperous are getting pushed out, and that's a severe problem.
But I do think that at the heart of your question is a disconnect between, first, software companies are not great tax revenue generators, whether for Cupertino or otherwise.
From a city perspective.
No.
Correct.
Yeah, but from a state level, much of the wealth of the industry is captured through personal income and capital gains taxes that then go up through the state, but the cities actually themselves don't have that much leverage over companies given the way that the tax structure works in California.
And so we have a number of our tech companies that are progressive and care about regional issues and are stepping forward, whether through philanthropic means or otherwise. But there's a gulf between the problems that are occurring as a result of the incredible explosion in tech job growth and what these philanthropic contributions are actually doing.
Sure.
And it's not a small difference, it's a gulf. And we are hesitant to say, well, we got a big problem because we have companies that are market cap of, as you said on Google, 600 Alphabet, $600 billion or so.
Yeah, it's like close to 6
And Facebook, similar
like
sorts of
3.
things, and they're providing tens of millions of dollars in impact mitigations.
Mm-hmm. What do you, I mean, if you don't think community benefits is the right structure, then what do you think is the right, like, regional, would you look at regional tax sharing, or what could work?
Well, we love that because we know we know that the employer per capita ratio tends to increase as you go further north. But it depends what you're talking about, relationships between cities or relationships with companies. As I think about our relationships with tech and companies, it's really about, they want to do something that's impactful and is different, is innovative in some way. And so, partnerships that get them engaged in that way, I think are much more fruitful than us just going to them and saying, we deserve your money because we have poor people. And they, that is not one that tends to get a great response. I do think that there's a basic challenge to Silicon Valley. The secret sauce of our success has been our great diversity. Half of our venture-funded startups were founded by an immigrant, and which is a great thing. At the same time, that means their emotional connection in terms of where they give in philanthropy, it may be closer to Bangalore or Shanghai than it is in San Jose. And so being able to draw them in and engage them in a meaningful way, particularly when 2/3 or 3/4 of their customers may be elsewhere in the world, is a challenging thing. And so you have to make the case that they'll be doing something different around education, around poverty or housing.
Mm-hmm. And I guess the last question I have is around, accountability, in the sense that, my family's been here for so long, and I look at there's so little inventory overall in terms of housing. Like San Francisco maybe sells, not builds. There's about 6,000 units of housing that are sold per year in San Francisco. When you look at Palo Alto, there's maybe 60 units for sale at any given time. The inventory is extremely, extremely tight. And so for me as a younger person who would like to stay here, I mean, the only realistic options I have long term to be here are probably in the East Bay, and then I'm going to go and impact communities obviously there. So, there are these general plans and these zoning plans, but ultimately, the tools that we have at the state level are not, there's no teeth to them. So I'm wondering, how can we make sure that, at least for the next generation, that you're actually going to build the housing that you've ostensibly committed to in your plans? And if not, is there something that we can do at the state level to ensure that?
Yeah, I think the key is we've got to find a way to get out of the way. I'm a strong supporter of environmental regulation, but CEQA is killing us right now when we're trying to build a high-rise in downtown San Jose, and they're holding it up for CEQA suits because it causes traffic. A lot of folks who don't care that much about the environment are using CEQA in ways that are really inhibiting our ability to build a lot of housing. And we tried to just cut fees in the last council last night at 2:30 in the morning as we were all sitting around to vote. And just to cut construction fees just drew an enormous amount of opposition from those groups who felt that they had entitlement at some point to blocking housing production. And so we've got to find ways to get some of those tools of those who want to stand in the way of housing production out of the way.
I would say that a good portion of it also is that under our current tax structure, we don't have funding systems for government to really participate in an adequately meaningful manner in addressing housing or transportation problems. When we have mayors from Europe come or elsewhere in Asia, and we'll talk about funding mechanisms, and they have funding they basically build massive amounts of housing in their communities and invest in huge amounts of transportation. And we also in Palo Alto have a very strong collaboration on technology innovations and smart city movements and smart mobility that's going on. But merely saying that those kinds of collaborations are the sorts of solutions that we need when we have amongst the world's most affluent companies who are benefiting and choosing to continue to expand here, in part because we have comparatively low taxation systems that would address the impacts of their growth, and we need to fix that.
And I would like to add that in East Palo Alto, rent control is probably a bad word. However, it is one of the ways that we keep residents that are low income and who cannot afford to buy a house. It's one of our strongest protections. And that's a very good question that you ask, because if you can't afford to live close to where you
that's what
work,
I'm saying.
it is a big problem, and we certainly want to build more housing in East Palo Alto that's affordable to our young people, and we will fight hard to continue to do that. I would just encourage other cities to build more housing that is affordable.
Boy,
And there
We're
are
almost out of
ways to
time,
do
so-
that.
Yeah.
There are ways to do that, and not just, say that, oh, we're building housing and it's in communities of color.
Right.
So it needs to be of all incomes everywhere.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I think another thing is that in the Bay Area, there needs to be sort of a change in the political will.
Yep.
And I think that we need to all embrace the idea that more sprawl is very bad, and that living in a dense urban area, particularly a transit-oriented area, can be a fabulous lifestyle. And I think that as we do that, the market will respond. I hope so, anyway. I think that in Mountain View, we're changing a lot of zoning and doing a lot of building, but we need everybody in the region to do that, because we've underbuilt for a mere 40 years. So we all need to embrace the idea of a walkable urban area and think going up is okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to give you my card even though I'm outgoing mayor.
For remarks from our underwriter, welcome Emmett D. Carson, the CEO and president of the Silicon Valley Community Foundation.
Good afternoon. That was one of the most substantive panels that you are ever going to hear in Silicon Valley. And so they have taken almost every point I was going to share with you. So I want to emphasize just a couple of things that they said and perhaps put a little twist on a couple of things. So our key problem in this region is housing. It is driving everything else. It is driving the inequality that we see. It's driving working families to live in dilapidated RVs. It's driving students to live in their cars. It's driving software programmers who make $100,000 a year to have roommates, plural. Housing is our problem. The dilemma is, as you saw, we have no regional way to handle our housing crisis that stretches from San Francisco County to San Mateo County to Santa Clara County. And so you have cities that attract wonderful companies that are successful, but they have no obligation to provide for either the housing impact or the transportation impact of locating those companies within their communities. And that's the dilemma that we face. Now, if we won't build out because we want to preserve open space, and we won't build up because we don't like the aesthetics, the only thing that can happen when in 2015 alone, we added 64,000 new jobs in this region and only 5,000 new housing starts, is that price goes through the roof. Okay? Now, on top of that, is that we have a problem with the third rail of California politics, Prop 13. Because what happens with Prop 13 is that once you find a place, you will refuse to leave that place under any circumstances because you get a tax hit. And so it distorts an already distorted housing market. So if you get a job someplace else, you will not give up the house, and therefore you increase and further add to the congestion. If you're a growing family, you can't move up and get a bigger house. If you are a contracting family with kids out the house, or you're a senior, you don't want to move. And we've shifted the tax burden 60-40. It used to be corporate to residential, to now 60% of the tax burden is residential, 40% is on corporations. That is the nature of our challenge here, and that we've got to make housing a regional discussion so that you can start to limit the ability of any city, right? It's a good problem to have to a point, right? It's a good problem that people want to be here and we're creating jobs. But a healthy community and a healthy region requires that you have housing for every job in that community. One other thing, and I know my time is out. For every tech job that gets created here, it creates 5 other non-tech jobs. So stop the false dichotomy between tech is either good or bad and it has no relationship. For every one of those jobs, 5 other jobs get created, 2 very high-paid jobs get created, and 3 good jobs get created. Our problem is housing. We both have the land and we both have the upper space to make it work. What's been lacking is the community will. Thank you very much.
Next, welcome Erica Escalante, a resident and community leader from the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park, and Kira Kazantis, directing attorney in the Fair Housing Law Office at the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. To lead the conversation, welcome back Jillian White.
Hello, everyone. I'm so glad so many of you are still here. So, as many of you have noticed, in this second half, we're talking a lot about community, we're talking a lot about housing, and in this panel, we really want to kind of illustrate what we're talking about for you. So, near a gas station in Palo Alto, right behind it actually, is one of Silicon Valley's last mobile home parks. I believe it is Palo Alto's actually last mobile home park. About 400 families live there. Many of them are working class, many of them work in the service industry, and I do not need to tell you guys that as land prices rise, it means that developers are really hungry for land that exists there. About 3 years ago, many of the residents of that mobile home park got eviction notices because developers obviously want to buy the land to build more lucrative apartments or buildings on it. And right now, they are embroiled in a legal battle to try and keep their property, to try and keep their home, to try and keep their community. So to kick off this conversation, we're actually going to watch a quick video, and then we're going to come back and talk to my 2 panelists.
Mis recuerdos favoritos pues era estar jugando nada más. Sammy. Vivía en Half Moon Bay y todo era bien. El dueño nos avisó 2 meses antes de que tenía que remodelar y anduvimos unos meses, casi 2 meses durmiendo en el carro hasta que Dios nos dio este lugar.
Aunque muchas teorías han sido propuestas, ninguna se ha considerado conclusiva. Según el doctor Bill Schleicher,
ese niño no llora, mira. Mira pues, hay un niño, mira, que no llora.
Largo tiempo y si nos van a correr, que Dios provee un lugar para tanta gente, porque es difícil andar en la calle.
Well, one of the batches is very dusty.
Hola, papá.
As a family, as a whole here, well, the whole deal about getting evicted, trying to get past that, the anxiety and all that, trying to keep the family calm, let them know that whatever happens is gonna happen and it'll still be okay because wherever we go, we're still gonna be together as a family.
Wait, there's something in there.
What are you thinking? Y adivina qué, papá.
Oh, you cracked my back. Guess I've been a bit worried and stressed at the same time because we're still like trying to stay here and like trying not to go out because this has been a safe place and like there's no bad people here. Put it in Jenny's basket. On the cheese. Okay, we'll see you guys later.
So Erica, I want to come to you first. We just saw a video that included several families who live in Buena Vista. You are a family that lives in Buena Vista. Can you talk a little bit about the community there?
Sure. Well, I've been at Buena Vista for 20 years. I grew up there, and it's a very special community at Buena Vista. It's a lot of families, just like myself, have been living there for more than 20 years, 30 years. We all know each other. We're a very tight community. We rely on each other for mutual support. For instance, my family, I have my parents that live at Buena Vista, also my sister, a cousin, and a brother-in-law. They own their mobile home, but we're all together. So it's very special, and just like me, there's other families, like the one in the video, Nicolas and his family. We're all very close. The community is made up of about 400 residents. We have about 105 mobile homes, including 12 apartment studios. Let's see, most of them are Latino. I'd say 85% Latino families. We also have seniors in the park, people with disabilities.
Kira, we've been talking a lot today about displacement, about housing. In what ways is Buena Vista illustrative of what's going on in Silicon Valley in a more broad sense?
Yeah. I mean, the pressure that's happening at Buena Vista, it has to do with land value. And I mean, obviously, many of our clients, and we see this every day in our law office, our free legal services, folks are coming who the rent is too high. Their, apartment building is going to be converted or raised to build luxury condos or other types of dwellings. And, it's just one example of the kind of displacement that's happening of communities. It has a lot of elements to it that it's kind of reflective of the displacement that we're seeing. One is it's a lot of people being displaced, at one time, so it's very visible. And, what we see in the office is like 5 to 7 families every day, and they're suffering the same thing as the residents of Buena Vista Mobile Home Park, and they aren't as visible because it's kind of not like the whole park or a whole building being closed down or being converted. But it really is, it's about the price of living, it's about the land value, and that's why we're seeing this happen.
All right. So You guys got those eviction notices, it was about 3 years ago, correct?
4 years.
4 years. And this has been a long, ongoing battle. I'm wondering if you can both, I know there's been a lot of partnership between the community and their legal support to fight to keep your homes. So can you talk to me a little bit about the ways in which you went out into the community, into Greater Palo Alto, to try and engage the community for this issue?
Sure. So it's been a lot of work. Every time, I have to speak in front of the public, I always thank all the supporters. It's been a lot of work, and the response from the community in Palo Alto has been amazing. The first couple of years, on the weekends, we would go talk to different different community groups about our displacement situation and to try to get support, and it's been amazing. Right now we have the PTA supporting us, different local churches, as well as other community groups.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of work, but it's amazing where we're at, and I always say we've been able to stay in our homes this long thanks to the support of the community.
Yep. And, I should say, so Erica is the president of the association, and when we started our advocacy work at the park, there was no formal association. Now there's a nonprofit organization, and the board that Erica's on has been kind of the driving force between keeping the community together, keeping their spirits up, keeping them organized, reaching out to all these other community members and local governments to talk about their plight. Lots of times, lawyers, I'm a lawyer, but a lot of times lawyers are kind of like hired guns, and the client will say, go do this thing, and then you kind of come back and say, we won or lost, with some interim consultation in the middle. This kind of community lawyering that we've done in this case, it's really been a partnership with the community, and have been working shoulder to shoulder to just get the word out and to try to raise money, to try to come up with alternative solutions. And we used every single tool in our toolbox to try to preserve the park. And to be honest, for about 3 years, it was pretty clear that it was definitely an uphill battle and probably a losing battle, and it wasn't until really the last few months that it seemed like there might be a light at the end of the tunnel, and even then we're not done.
You mentioned that the PTA has been supporting you, Kira. I know we talked about before the importance not only of the city and the city's support for this community, but also the importance of the community in integrating various aspects of the city, particularly the school. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, most of the families that live at Buena Vista, one of the reasons, or one of the major reasons that we live there is because of the great access to education. I went to all the Palo Alto schools, graduated. I was able to go to college because I lived in an affordable place. And I mean, the community is great. It's a safe community. I came back after going off to college, came back, bought my own mobile home because I wanted to be close to my parents, coming back to my community that I've known for years, and providing that education access to my son, who's now a fifth grader at Barron Park Elementary School, and now I have a little one who's 10 months old. And I would like to, continue to live at Buena Vista to give them that opportunity that I had.
We heard really early on in the effort from the local PTA, and the PTA was very clear that Buena Vista was important to the school, to the teachers, to the other children that live there. Frankly, Buena Vista is single-handedly integrating Barron Park Elementary School and other schools in the area. Buena Vista represents 10% of Palo Alto's Latino population. No one there is under the illusion that they would be able to stay, even with the relocation package that was offered by the owners, in Silicon Valley. So, and experts that we retained to look at this issue, it was pretty clear that the residents, if they had to leave Buena Vista, they will be leaving the area altogether. So that school loses that asset, that one-to-one, the friendships, the community, the understanding other people who are different. Eric and I were talking in the green room about how after the election, it's more and more clear that we need to be with people who are different from ourselves, to understand the other. And this is a naturally integrated environment in Palo Alto that is at great risk of being lost, and that is a precious thing that we really cannot lose.
Right. And before we get to our last question here, we do want to take some questions from the audience at the end of this panel. It's going to be very quick, so if you have questions, do think of them now. So I want you to update us a little bit about where the legal battle is, and then also what happens if issues of affordability aren't addressed.
Yeah, so not to get in the weeds too much, we were forced to file a lawsuit against the city of Palo Alto, and the purpose of the suit was to stop the closure unless there was adequate relocation assistance monetarily to give to the residents. And we felt that the relocation package that was offered was insufficient to allow those residents who own their homes, who have equity in their homes, to buy or rent comparable housing in the area. And that case was litigated this week, and we are waiting for the judge's ruling. That also, like these, legal cases that involve kind of untested questions of law, and Palo Alto's relocation ordinance has never been used before, so we don't really know what the judge will do. That is it's a pretty hard thing to rest all the fate of an entire community on one small legal case. And after we filed the lawsuit, we heard from the Santa Clara County Housing Authority that they intended to take the property through eminent domain and compensate the owners with the market value of the property, and to preserve it indefinitely as an affordable mobile home park. Now, that hasn't happened yet. So when we heard from Supervisor Joe Simidian, who's been one of the very strong advocates for the park, who's a county supervisor, that this was the plan of the Housing Authority, he asked us after the meeting, why weren't we so excited? And I think it hasn't happened yet. And a lot of legal machinations can happen, and as a lawyer, I know a lot of things can happen. But it is a light at the end of the tunnel, and we're all just holding our breaths. Because, the two people that you saw in the video, if you watch the whole video, and I think it's online, and the filmmaker was amazing, it's pretty heartbreaking to watch, and it really shows you it's real lives. It's not kind of statistics on a graph showing displacement. It's real people in a real community.
All right, thank you both. Do we have any audience questions?
Hello, my name is Carol Muller. I just wanted to comment that I've been watching this housing jobs imbalance around the country and other metropolitan areas, and it seems to me it's a huge problem in a number of different domains. The problem being that where there are jobs, the housing prices are outrageous. Yeah. So you see new college graduates flocking because they want to be employed to places where they have to live with mom and dad, or triple or quadruple up in ways that don't really allow them to develop fully their adult identities, at least in the way we traditionally thought of them. But we're seeing this in Washington, New York, Boston. San Francisco Bay Area is perhaps one of the more extreme, and it's actually a global issue too. Remember when the promise of tech was that work could be done anywhere? There are hundreds of communities with lots of unemployed and underemployed workforce. And I really think, high tech or otherwise, we know brains are plastic. We know people with growth mindset appreciate lots of people can learn lots of things. And I think that's part of the answer, not the only one, and I appreciate all the short-term, creative, collaborative solutions that are coming up just for our region. But I also think we need to think as a country about serious investment across the board to make those transitions work better for everyone, and for the economy to even out in ways that don't, in the quote-unquote short term, which could be generations, for the equalizing that might otherwise occur.
Thank you. Do we have any other audience questions? I think we have a couple in the front right here.
Hi, I just agree with the ladies who say this housing problem is a global issue, and this is a global issue like between the growing between the gap between the rich and the poor, and then just like in Hong Kong, the housing is crazy. I mean everybody know, so I think it's global issue. Maybe well, people will have to fix it.
And I think right here.
Hi, I'm Emily Leathers. I hear tension between some of what this panel is about and some of what we've heard from previous speakers around how do we create enough housing for everybody who's here if we're not considering how we build up, but also how do we make sure that the people who are already here can stay here. And I'd love just to hear from people who've clearly spent a lot of time thinking about that specific issue. What have you heard as ideas for making those two things work together, and what has promise and maybe what sounds like it has promise but just won't work for logistic reasons?
Yep. Yeah, so not to get super wonky on the housing affordability policy, and I could go there, but I would say a couple things. One is there is such a thing as investment without displacement. A lot of very smart people have thought about this, and there are policies that can be put in place, land use policies, renters' rights policies, mobile home conversion policies that can protect against unnecessary displacement. And it is a planning issue. It's also an equity issue, and it requires the community to care about that. We had, I was really sad during a point in the, after the Buena Vista solution was announced online, there were some pretty upsetting comments, and not the kind that you see in Breitbart, but kind of like local people who were saying, not everyone deserves to live in Palo Alto, and sometimes people can't afford it, and they're going to have to just move. And I absolutely, personally, could not disagree more with that. But I do think that there is a sentiment like that in the community, which is that it's kind of like what you earn, is what you get. And so you may have to drive 2 hours because you did not earn what a tech person works because you're cleaning their home or you're babysitting their children. There's a great piece and a research and writing that's been done by this urban displacement project that was, I think it was sponsored by Berkeley and UCLA, that really outlines some great solutions, some anti-displacement solutions that aren't going to crush jobs or crush the building of market rate housing. And I would commend you all to look at it, which will save you a lot of time as opposed to just listening to me go through and describe the whole thing. But it basically has to do with smart policy setting and an equity mindset.
Thank you guys so much for joining me for this wonderful conversation.
Mm-hmm. Thank
you. Welcome Matthew Labby, a physical education teacher at San Mateo High School, and Kevin Skelly, the superintendent of the San Mateo Union High School District. And welcome back, Steve Clemens.
Buddy. I loved your comment in the back. I think we're going to go for a slightly deeper dive. So first, we're going to put some graphs up here for a minute. Are the graphs coming up? Where are the graphs? Put the graphs. Graphs. Hello. There we go. These are trends in 1 and 2 bedroom rentals in San Mateo County. You will see in 2011, it was semi-reasonable to, the blue line is a 1 bedroom, it was about $1,250 a month. 2000, now we're way up here in the corner, particularly on the 2 bedroom, up to near 3,000. But we're going to just freeze that. Show us the next graph for a second. And this is San Francisco. So 1 bedrooms have gone from this is $3,560 a month on average, $2,361 in San Mateo, $4,730 for a 2 bedroom in San Francisco versus 33. It makes San Mateo look like a deal, by the way. How many of you rent? I'm so sorry. And that's what we're going to discuss today because, Matt, I understand that you were somewhere in this graph. You were living here in town, not too far away, over a kind of crappy restaurant. The place wasn't that great. You were paying $3,500 a month, and they jacked it up to $4,000, and that's why you're here today.
That's right.
So,
that's right. Actually,
that corner there, I'm over in that area down the street a little bit, but, on top of a restaurant, and yeah. No
And so what was your
space.
action plan when your landlords hit you with a $4,000? And why don't we tell them what you do, by the way?
So I'm Matt Labby. I am a PE teacher at San Mateo High School. This is my first year there being a PE teacher, and after going there working as the athletic trainer there for 3 years, and I also went to San Mateo High School.
So this was like a big important thing for you to be, right?
Yeah, no,
like
my
you gave
parents-
up a more lucrative job as an athletic trainer to take this job.
I mean, I wanted to, after being the athletic trainer, I realized that I wanted to be a teacher. I just like working with students and helping them other ways, and helping them out with athletics is one thing, but if I can help them out in the whole sense, that's a whole different ballgame.
So what happened?
So,
Short form.
Yeah, I mean, we're there for a year, the three of us in the apartment, and I mean, just, you sign the 1 year deal, but you don't realize that after 1 year, you're really just signing that 1 year, because they're just going to jack it up and wait for the next person. And
So it was going to $4,000. And where you moved?
I moved back home. I was fortunate enough to have family close to me, and I know that others aren't so lucky, but I was.
So that's your strategy for working at home, and I mean, living at home, working nearby. Many, and we're going to jump to Kevin in a minute, but many of your colleagues, do they have the benefit of working near home or taking over your lease?
I mean, it ranges from person to person. I mean, if they grew up in this area, then they have family in this area, and maybe they can live with their family. I know people who kind of couch surf with their family and friends, but someone coming from somewhere else doesn't have
These
that.
are high school teachers couch surfing through the community. I want to make a point. It's a dramatic point about how we treat people who are a vital part of the education of our children, right? So, Kevin, you're the superintendent of San Mateo High School. What are you doing? I mean, I sense that this is a problem in kind of retaining and keeping talent in the school system.
It is, yeah, and everybody knows that the teacher is the most important element of the school. So we're trying to build some housing that's going to actually be located on one of our high schools next to the Millbrae BART stop in Millbrae. And so what we're going to do is we're going to rationalize some of the fields. It'll be a tighter space, but we think that if we can bring in 140 units of 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, that folks like Matt can have his own place to live. Maybe he'll settle down and ask his girlfriend to marry him or something like that. And which I think is also another big societal or concern we have with all these folks that can't afford to live. And then he's going to stay with this district for a long time and be the kind of game-changing teacher that our kids need.
You know, one of the you have an old friend of mine from UCLA out here in the audience who's a principal, and he says, you know, one of the problems among some of his colleagues is that there was affordable housing built here, but his colleagues can't afford the affordable housing. And I'm wondering how widespread is that? And while I understand your move on building these 140 units is still controversial, right? It's not something that the community's, you know, saying, hey, great, right, we're going to have a place for our wonderful teachers. So is the community getting what you're trying to do?
I think so, more and more. I think that they realize how important education is. I mean, this is certainly a valley that feels that way. And then I think that if we can do it in a way that where they see the teacher on a regular basis, whether it's at the grocery store or involved in local activities or you know, just all those places, I think it really makes a big difference. You know, Matt here, he walks down the street and everybody says, "Oh, Matt, you live in the neighborhood." He says, "Well, yeah, I live next to with my parents." That's a different response than, "Hey, I have this place that you know, where staff is all together."
Superintendents are big deals, right? So
principals and
I mean, you talk to people higher up in the system, but you just made a comment that's very interesting. You said that people really value their teachers, they understand education is important, and I guess, you know, the natural question, and we don't have like tons of time to discuss it, is why isn't a strategy try to affect the pay for teachers? That, you know, when you look at teacher pay, it's so low, it just doesn't move, and it just raises the question that if that was valued, why wouldn't you, you know, provide living wages, if you will?
Well, we could have a long conversation about California school.
Well, we're going to have drinks later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that the issue there is I don't think we can do that.
Right.
But we can provide teachers with a place to live for 5 to 7 years where they can save money, and then hopefully they will be able to buy a place. Plus, when we're competing for talent with other school districts like Sequoia or Palo Alto or Mountain View Los Altos, we'll have something that can attract people from across the nation. You know, we were talking beforehand about how many people apply for jobs from out of state, and then the big obstacle is finding housing. And if we solve that, I think that's a game changer for the kind of talent we can get as a school district.
So let me ask you both just a question. I don't know if she's still there, but the lady that made the comment, are you still out there, the last one about the cost of housing? She's moved on. It was an excellent point. And Richard Florida, who wrote the book, The Rise of the Creative Class, has this, in the next couple of months, a new book coming out I've just been reading called The New Urban Crisis. And he argues that everything that we've been seeing in terms of the rise of the price of real estate in urban centers is actually going to get much, much worse. And it's in part going to get much worse because of this election, that there's going to be people running away from certain parts of the country into a place where there are more creatives, there are more great coffee houses, there's a sense of dynamism and hope, and those centers of dynamism and hope are going to become very, very expensive. And that all of the trends we've been seeing in the Bay Area are going to get dramatically worse. So I just want to give you a quick thought challenge that you've put your chips into, taking one step. If you were to be sort of more significantly in control, let me put Matt in control. What would you do to fix this? Is socialism the right answer? I mean, when you look at it, what breaks if you don't fix it?
I mean, the issue is having the people that, so if a lot of people, you grow up in this area, you want to live in this area, right? I mean, your family's here, your friends are here, you grow up here, you've got to find a place where you can help your community. I mean, I feel like I'm invested in my community. I feel like that San Mateo is my home. I want to help my home now. If I can work there, but I can't live there, there's something going on. So, I mean, we just need to fix this situation of where I can't live in the place that I want to help that community, but I can't live there. And there is affordable housing out there. I mean, you've mentioned it. A lot of places open up, and I've applied for them, and I haven't gotten them. And
you can't get into the affordable
thing
housing.
That's interesting is that they'll advertise, oh yeah, teachers, that you have you can apply and this and that, but we're like fourth on the list. I mean, it goes people who live in that city, and then people who work in that city, and then people who live and work in that city, and then teachers after that, and then after that it's everybody, or other whatever the other qualifications are. But we're way down there, so we're not really being helped out.
Kevin, thinking 20 years ahead, what else would you have liked to have done to have solved this problem?
Well, I think if I'm besides thinking about housing, I'm also thinking about the social emotional health of our kids.
Right.
And I think that parents who are here now and have a house, they look at the next generation and they think that their kids have to be absolute superstars just to be able to continue to live close to them. And I think it puts a tremendous amount of stress on families and on kids about how do we maintain a sense of a family unit when we know that this next generation is going to have such a more difficult time affording to live.
You told me you were trying to get your shoes fixed.
Yeah.
And why don't you share that story?
Well, you go to the cobbler and he says, yeah, I'll get them to you in 3 weeks. And you ask him, well, why? You're advertised as a cobbler. And he says, well, I can't get anybody to do that kind of work here. And so we're struggling. When we think about housing, we're thinking about teachers are the most important part. But all kinds of folks like the bus driver or the cafeteria worker who makes such a big difference in kids' lives as well. So it's a whole range of people that are part of the service economy that make this place a great place to live. And then the demographics are catching up with us too. It's about 40% of our staff are over 50. And so when those people retire, we're really going to have a hard time bringing in that next generation.
Are people hearing your warnings on this? Are people who, the new moguls in this area aware of what a stranglehold this could be?
Yeah, I think that there has been just in my time in the Valley, there's been a sea change in people's attitudes towards the housing crisis. Now, can we catch up? I don't know. And is it going to be a difficult fight still with people who don't believe in more urbanization? But that's absolutely the way we have to go. And the other part I'd say is that we're in a place in school districts too where the populations are very homogeneous. And I don't think that's good for kids either. San Mateo High School is a fantastic place because it has a range of students left.
Right.
You've got very, very wealthy kids, privileged kids, and poor kids. And in other places I've worked, that's just not the case. And it's increasingly not the case in the Valley and across the nation. And I think it's something that we really need to be profoundly concerned about as we move forward.
Now, is San Mateo High School and San Mateo, that's a public school system?
We have 6 high schools in this, and we serve 5 communities.
So how does gravity differ in the private school / charter school arena?
Private schools, I think, are increasingly a place for the folks that can make a choice there and pay $30,000, $40,000 to send their kids to a private school.
And are those teachers paid wages that allow them to be in this community?
They are also working on this housing issue.
Huh.
Several of them have begun looking at ways that they too can provide housing because it's a very large problem. And I mean, if you think about Stanford University has one of the most aggressive housing programs around because they realize that's the way they're going to attract talent.
Mm-hmm. Matt, I really appreciate you being here today. It's I think, unusual and important that someone can talk about what they went through and the journey you've had that has taken you back home to try to, make a contribution in the school you care so much about. How much frustration, though, among your colleagues? I mean, there's a point where you're an unusual story to be told alone, but how much of that resonates with a group of people, and are your colleagues trying to sort of organize in any sort of way politically?
Well, I'll say that it's not something that we're the ones who live at our parents. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Matt. What's your name? I live with my parents. Hey, how's it going? It's not something that we're just openly super
I got to tell you, a lot of people know, and let's give them a round of applause for sharing. But
I will say that just people my age in general.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what the.
Are they frustrated? Or do they want to see something happen differently?
Yeah, people. We need change. I mean, people my age. A lot of us live at home with our parents. It's not. I don't know. I don't have any friends. I don't know anybody who's my age that owns a home in this community. I mean, it's just not. That's a dream to us. I mean, it's a far dream. That's not really a realistic possibility right now. I mean, and we do want change. We want some support. We want rent control. We want affordable housing, and it's tough.
Well, you'll find when we go to drinks in a little while and we're having a reception tonight, right? Yeah, some drinks. I only need a drink. But you're going to find many people, I think, who share your experience that they'll want to talk to you, so I hope you'll be around. We've got time to open up for, I'm sorry, just one question. So whoever has a zinger that you want to throw on the table. Yes. Was that you? Oh, you were just itching your, okay. Yeah, you would have bought the painting at the auction. Any questions, comments? Yes, right here. And we have a microphone going right to you. Although I have a pretty loud voice. But we have millions of people watching online that won't get that. So here you go. Tell us who you are.
So I'm Jan English-Lewick from San Jose State University. And my question has to do more with, and I'm married to a teacher, I am a teacher. The role of unions in this could be a powerful ally, or it could be an obstacle in this path, because there are differential benefits, and differential benefits is not a happy phrase to use to unions. So what experience have you had working with your teachers union, if you have a teachers union, to accommodate this?
And could I ask one favor, because I'm a layperson on this? Can you just in 30 seconds explain to us what differential benefits means?
Differential benefits means one part of the constituency of the union has a benefit that another does not.
I see.
So, for example, if you're in a large district,
so if you're in Salina, Kansas, and you're an AFT member, and you don't need, you're in a low-cost environment. If you do something for a higher-cost environment, you're creating a problem between those. Is that right?
You are spot on.
Okay, great.
So
is that an issue, Kevin?
It is an issue, and I think the union is taking a wait-and-see attitude. We've got many teachers who bought homes 20 years ago, so housing isn't an issue for them. And so on issues like this, you have the housed and the unhoused, and so there's differences there. We think that we can build the housing, we can charge moderate rents, and we can make money that will help our district in terms of its finances, given how expensive it is for housing here. So we think we'll be able to add to the program that we can offer and the compensation that we can offer our staff as we go forward.
Matt, are you a union member?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you think it's a good deal?
Yeah, I mean, we're helping me out.
They're going to use that probably in an advertising promotion or something. So with that, please give a round of applause to Kevin Skelly, Superintendent of the San Mateo High School District, Matthew Labby, PE teacher. He also plays and coaches baseball. So there you go. There you go. Thanks so much, guys.
Next, welcome to the stage Candace Gonzalez, the President and CEO at Palo Alto Housing, a nonprofit housing agency. Ben Metcalf is the Director of the California Department of Housing and Community Development. And Kate Downing is a former planning commissioner from the city of Palo Alto. Welcome back, The Atlantic's Ron Brownstein.
Thank you all. So since we've been back from lunch, and I will give a shout out to our editorial producers here, we've had 4 really powerful panels and conversations in a row. From mayors, a very strong statement from Emmett Carson, a discussion of the last mobile home park in Palo Alto, and then this discussion about where teachers live. And they all revolved around the same question. As Emmett Carson said, he said housing is the core problem facing this part of the world. We know some of the numbers are pretty daunting. From 2000 to 2014, the county created, Santa Clara County created more than 180,000 new jobs and added more than 113,000 new residents, but built only 36,414 new housing units. Rents have increased more than 60% in San Jose in the last 5 years. We have a slide, I think, which gives a just kind of a representation of what it takes to afford a 2-bedroom apartment or a house in this area. So let me start with a big, broad question, since the last panels have certainly identified the existence of a real problem. What's the core of the problem? Is it economics? Is it geography? Not enough land? Is it politics? Is it political will? Why are these trends so unbalanced or out of whack here in this part of the world? So, Kate, let me start with you. What do you see as the core of the challenge?
Well, I think the core of the challenge is actually historical. I mean, the problems that we're currently facing are problems that we seeded back in the 70s and the 80s. In the 70s and the 80s, most of the Bay Area went through a process of becoming kind of more serious about zoning, and a lot of what they did is downzoning. They did a lot of rezoning areas to make sure that they remained single-family home areas, or to make sure that they were very low-density apartment buildings. At that point in time, a lot of cities instituted height limits, density limits, a lot of setback restrictions, and just a lot more restrictions in general with regard to where housing can be built and the kind of housing that can be built.
And they have not, and was that, were those rules and restrictions adopted for, in essence, a very different world than they're living in now, in terms of the economic activity in this area?
Sure. I mean, I think a lot of what happened during that time was before people really realized that Silicon Valley was going to be Silicon Valley. You know, a lot of people who came to this area at that time and who were in charge of cities at that time, the people who were voting at that time, were people who were here for reasons completely unrelated to it necessarily being Silicon Valley. You know, they saw this as a nice place, as a nice suburb, and they wanted to keep it that way.
Mm-hmm. Candace?
Before I answer and piggyback on Kate's answer, I want to add some daunting statistics. I think we
Yeah.
heard that.
Pull that a little closer, yeah. There you go.
Is it right there?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay.
There we go.
I want to add some of the daunting numbers. I think we heard earlier that the median price of a for-sale home in Santa Clara County is over $1 million now. The median rent price is about $3,300 a month. Then we look at a city like Palo Alto, the median rent price is $5,500 a month, and the median sale price is $2.5 million. And that's usually a tear down on a 6,000 square foot lot. So I think putting in that perspective, it's a huge
So how do we get
problem.
here?
And so we need the land, we need the funding, we need the zoning. But even if we have all three of those things, we still need the community will. So we need projects that are not overturned by a referendum because maybe they're not the prettiest.
Well, we'll come back to that in a second, but how did we get here in your mind? How did we get to this point?
I think it was a combination of many things, the job growth and people coming in and the community saying, hey, I don't want parking, I don't want traffic, just as long, or I support affordable housing, just don't put it near me. So it's almost a drawbridge mentality, and that I'm trying to figure out, how do we become a haves and haves not? How do we close the door when people are here?
Ben, how did we get here?
Yeah, so I think a couple things, and I think the historic perspective is helpful. There's certainly a piece here, which is we simply haven't been building enough housing as we used to as a state. And I think the data is pretty clear on this statewide. For most of the 70s and 80s, we were producing somewhere around 200,000 units a year. Recently, over the last decade, we've been producing about 80 or 90,000 units a year for a state that's much more populous than it was a generation or two ago. And there have been consequences to that. There are consequences to that that accumulate over time. And our statewide, every year, regular basis, the state calculates what we know we would need in order to project and meet our regional demands. And in the most recent housing cycle, we've built only about 46% of what we knew we needed statewide. And on our current status quo path, we see no change to that. I think the other reality is just that we've also seen stagnation in terms of income growth, particularly for the bottom half of the income distribution. So the purchasing power, the income literally that folks are getting, particularly in that middle income area, has really hollowed out. You have folks at the high end who retain the purchasing power, who are able to afford these kinds of incredible prices. Obviously, you have folks at the very bottom who really have no choice but to move in with the parents, and then you see a kind of a real challenge and exodus, frankly, of folks in the middle right now from places like the Bay Area.
So, you noted, the state has been building less than it used to. It is also building less than other states relative to the increase in population. McKinsey just reported from 2009 to 2014, California added 544,000 households, but only 467,000 net housing units. States such as New York have added nearly 80% more housing units than California relative to population growth. As a result, California's real estate prices have increased by more than 15% since 2009, while median income grew only 5% to your...
I think that report nailed it. We are, what they pointed out is we are 49th in the nation in terms of housing units per capita here in California, second only to Utah in the bottom of this distribution. And even if you look over the last couple of years, if you look at peer states like New York, I think they've been very good at saying, we just aren't producing at the same rate that peer states are. We at metro areas too, if you look at even places like Seattle versus San Francisco, you see Seattle in many ways very comparable metropolitan area producing about almost twice as many units as you see in the San Francisco area.
And they don't feel like they're in a housing glut up there, certainly. You said 46%, that we're building only 46% of what we estimate we need. Why is the number so low?
Yeah, there's a lot of factors there that
rank
get
a few
at
of
them. Clearly there's just something that's gone a little bit out of whack, I think, in terms of the ability to get land built and get it approved. I think, Kate talked about the fact that we've seen over the last few decades in California very significant downzonings. So there's simply less available entitled land that gives you the ability to build at density. So when you do want to build, you often have to go to a council or a planning commission and sort of negotiate for a change to the code. The entitlement process itself has also just gotten very extended here in California. There was a good report by UC Berkeley's Turner Center earlier this year that showed that coastal California communities have a 30% longer entitlement process than the rest of the country as a whole. So it's just simply taking longer to get there.
Can I add to Ben's? I think we're lagging because not every city is doing its fair share. It's a regional problem. Some cities are being proactive, like Mountain View, you heard earlier, but not every other city is. So we really need to work on the very restrictive zoning and land use regulations that are putting up barriers to equality.
Well, that's the perfect segue into the next subject area, because one characteristic of many metro areas, but certainly Northern California, is a lot of fractured responsibility. There are so many communities in this region with authority splintered in so many directions. Kate, is it possible to develop a comprehensive solution under the legal structures that now exist and governmental structures?
Well, I'm a pessimist at heart, so frankly, I think no. I think that it's certainly possible to make changes on a city-by-city level, and we see cities that have done that and have done a very good job, right? You've seen Mountain View kind of really, get their arms around the problem, understand the problem, take significant actions to fix it. Likewise, you've seen Redwood City take significant steps to add housing, right? You see cities where, you see the membership of their council change, to people who are more compassionate towards the problem of housing, more willing to do what it takes to fix the problem. But then you've got cities like Brisbane who, they want to add upwards of 20,000 jobs in zero housing, and when asked about it, they say, well, our residents come first, and well, San Francisco will build the housing, right? And so there's no mechanism to punish them for doing that. There's no incentive to get them to build the housing.
Realistically, if it's city by city, community by community, Ben, is it ever going to work?
That's a tough one. I think conceptually, the framework that we have today, for better or worse, the state, is one that looks at this from a regional and metropolitan level, right? And in
The
fact,
Association of Bay Area Governments, right?
exactly, the
Okay.
Metropolitan Transportation Commission and ABAG for the Bay Area. And in fact, if you look as recently as SB 375, groundbreaking piece of climate change legislation that came out of the state a few years back, you'll see yet again an affirmation from Sacramento saying to the regions, you have an obligation to think about housing, and when you're doing your regional transportation plans, you need to be lining those up with your regional housing plans. You need to be planning for the growth you're going to need. And I think we have a system today that on paper would seem to work reasonably well in the sense that the regions go through a process of allocating out units. And in fact, the Bay Area, I think, does a good job too of trying to think about concentrating growth in areas that align with the sort of climate change goals of the state. We're trying to actually invest in the transit-rich corridors, create more density in the transit-rich areas. I think the disconnect is that great plans on paper still don't manifest.
Why not? I mean, that's the question, right? So the evidence is overwhelming that the ABAG, I guess, is a new acronym for me, but it sets the goals. Cities accept the goals and then don't meet the goals on a consistent basis. Where's the process? And in fact, to the extent they do meet the goals, often I've seen reporting from in the Mountain View Voice that the homes that are built under this are often much more tilted toward the high end than they are supposed to be under the process. In Santa Clara County, more than 80% of the housing approved for construction were high-end homes for those earning more than $120,000 or more annually. Meanwhile, cities almost universally fail to meet their allocations for below-market rate housing for low and moderate income residents. Numbers for some cities were wildly off the mark. Why does the process break down? Is it because there is no enforcement mechanism?
I think there is no enforcement mechanism, and I think that the penalties are not severe enough. You can pick out sites, but if you don't actually build them, nothing really happens. And in communities where they don't want anything to happen, they're like, take away our powers. Take away our local powers to not give out permits. It doesn't matter, then we don't have to build. So it'll slow down the growth.
Yeah, we definitely have a process that's very focused for all kinds of good reasons on soliciting community input and making sure that we have community voices, community concerns factored in. But I think what we often see is that there are a lot of ways to get to know on valid projects out of very reasonable concerns that come out both of communities that are facing gentrification, that are seeing incredible change that feels to be impacting lower-income communities or communities of color, as well as sort of, on the other end, sort of more classic NIMBY situations where you have wealthy homeowners trying to keep the poor people out. I mean, you kind of have both. And the systems we've built, I think, work very well to slow the growth down. I want to put one more issue out on the table, which I think we can't overlook, which is just the cost of construction of housing today. Part of the reason we were only building for the highest end for the market rate is because the cost of construction means that you can only get a return that justifies that investment when you're serving that higher end market rate luxury product. And there, I think, when you peel back the onion, a lot of the issues have to do with again, very valid issues around health and safety and making sure everything's up to code and earthquake safety and so on and so forth. But also, I mean, root cause here, I think we have to remember that local jurisdictions are very constrained from a tax-based perspective. And so they often put on these new developments sort of the obligation of carrying forward through fees and other impact fees and costs, many of the basic general functionings.
We heard from the mayors, Candace, in the mayors panel, they were saying, we simply don't have the revenue on a consistent basis to support affordable housing in the way that, for example, they said when we have delegations coming from Europe, we just don't have the tax base to do it.
Well, you'll forgive me, but I mean, I think that's a red herring entirely. I mean, every developer I've ever talked to, I've been to lots of conferences like this, seen lots of audiences filled with developers. Every single one of them I've seen, they're like, you know what, if we can build big enough, we can make 25% of those units affordable. We can subsidize them. And obviously the ratio is very depending on, how large the project really is, what they're trying to do, the materials involved, but all of them are happy to build and have inclusionary housing, which doesn't cost the taxpayer a cent. And so at that point, when the mayors say, oh, well, we just don't have the money, well, it's like, no, this doesn't actually take money. It's just you have to approve a project that's going to be more than 2 stories.
I think we need to parse that a little bit because I do think there is sort of 2 issues there. One is, okay, so let's say it is possible to build luxury, high-end, market-rate product. What's not getting built, again, is the sort of middle-income, more sort of entry-level housing that this state used to do very well, in fact, back in the 70s and 80s. And that is clearly a failure of the marketplace for all the reasons that Kate is talking about. I do think there is another segment, which is sort of really the folks making minimum wage, the frontline service workers, the most vulnerable members of our community, elderly folks in Social Security, folks who are trying to get off the streets. Even there, they're not going to quite get in there. And I think when the mayors are saying they don't have money, they're right. They don't have money, and they need money in order to be able to serve that population. I think that's a place where
the county did approve an affordable housing bond in November, $950 million. Is that a turn in the wind?
So even with $1 billion, unless we have the zoning changes needed, it's not going to be a financially feasible or financially reasonable project. So we still need the community will to change the zoning.
And the most important zoning changes would be what to create?
Increasing the density to allow for more units to make it financially feasible.
So the governor had an answer for all of this that he proposed, which was to allow developers to bypass the local permitting building restrictions for housing projects with at least 5% of the units affordable to low-income residents. The bill kind of never got off the runway in the state legislature this year. Is that dead? Is it behind us? Is there another life? Is there another variation? Is he still committed to finding a state role in solving this?
Yeah. So actually, the bill was even more modest than you characterized it. It actually only focused on parcels that would be useful for conforming zoning. So the idea was if you met the mark on the zoning, then you would have sort of an entitlement to build at that level. It wouldn't apply to projects seeking variances or adjustments. And it didn't go forward. It hit, for a variety of reasons, a lot of political opposition. And we weren't able to get it over the finish line last year. I think the governor has, in this past year in particular, as the housing crisis has really become much more elevated and central to the dialogue up in Sacramento, been consistent in saying, look, we have a housing crisis, number one. Number two, the solutions can't just be fiscal. To Kate's point, throwing money at the problem is not going to solve it. In fact, it would be sort of inefficient in many ways to solve money at such a costly solution if we don't pair it with fiscal relief. So I think right now we're right at the beginning of the next legislative session. We've seen a couple of legislators already move forward sort of new versions of something that might look very much like the by right. We had something by Assemblymember Bloom out of Santa Monica, something by Scott Wiener here in San Francisco. Both of them in their chambers are moving forward bills to restart that dialogue. The leadership Assembly Democrats, I expect to put forward a proposal as well on housing shortly, and the governor will put forward his vision through the budget process in the middle of January. So I think
he will have a proposal. He will have either this or something new when you say he puts forward his vision in the budget process?
I mean, that is the space where traditionally the governor would take this on. I think looking back to what he did in the budget process in the past year, he's clearly already set a signal that this is something that he's going to be focusing on. What's in the final document, I think we need to wait and see until we get there in January.
Kate, Candace, I'd be interested in your thoughts on the degree to which the state, more intervention by the state as opposed to trying to change policy community by community would be part of the solution, or do you think that's is that a promising road to go down?
I think it has to be part of the solution. I mean, with 101 cities that make up the Bay Area, I mean, there's just no way that you're going to have enough effort, enough people on the ground to win kind of pro-housing elections year after year after year, especially when you see that the people who care most about it, every year are getting priced out and every year are moving further away. So every year there's fewer people to carry that torch.
And you are one of them who are moving further away, correct?
Yeah, and so every year there's fewer people to kind of sound that horn and make it clear that that's a priority. And so when you see communities that are getting richer and richer, that's a community that cares less and less about housing.
And I agree. I think cities can continue to work and collaborate together, but in the meantime, the state should step in. I actually personally supported the buy right proposal for different reasons, including forcing some cities to start acting and taking its fair share.
We've been focusing on local government, and we're talking about state government and local government. We are within, yards of some of the most profitable and powerful companies in the world, globe-straddling brands. What is their role and responsibility in the housing challenge in this community? Kate?
Well, I would love for their role to be a better representative for their own employees and to also encourage their own employees to participate in the political process. There's a lot of companies out there that won't even register their own employees to vote. They don't give them the day off to go vote. They don't in any way facilitate any kind of political engagement, right? Even just sort of like a panel that would explain to people what's going on at the local level, who's standing for what, what's going on, what are the issues. There's a lot of companies who they don't do their part to educate their employees, and they don't do their part to help their employees go vote and take part in the political process, and they don't show up to city council. The only time they show up to city council is when they're asking for a permit to build office, but they're not there when we're talking about how much housing we're going to build for the city as a whole. And so I don't necessarily think that it's the responsibility or the role of companies to build their own housing. I think we kind of live in a society where we'd like that to be more independent. We don't necessarily want company towns. But that's kind of where they're left with, because I think they've spent a lot of time not being engaged in the process. And so the only thing they have left is, well, okay, we have a piece of land, let's try to build housing on it. But that's, it's a Band-Aid solution, right? I mean, okay, so you've built the housing for your employees, what happens when your employees move? Right.
Candace?
So I think their role is evolving. I mean, they came here to be a tech company, but now they're starting to realize that they need to be more engaged with the immediate communities. So it's evolving. They're starting to understand their role in the housing crisis. And some companies, like you hear the Facebook, talking about contributing to affordable housing or even building some of the housing for themselves and building it for the community. So I think that's evolving, and it's a positive thing.
Ben, what's the economic dimension of this? Because we did an event recently in Phoenix, Margaret was there, and the mayor of Phoenix, basically their tech industry is built on the inability of people to afford to live in the Bay Area. And that is the principal, they feel that is this principal fuel of their growth, is just people, feeling the need. And I'm sure if we were in Portland, they would say something of the same. Is there an economic growth? Is the housing crisis just merely, is it mostly an inequality challenge, or is it also just a growth challenge?
There is no doubt that this state will see constrained GDP and reduced job growth as a consequence of the housing crisis. That is without dispute what our future holds. I think about this for a second. Of the top 10 metros in the United States seeing the greatest outmigration of millennials, the 6 of those are the top 6 metros in the state.
Really?
Right. So our most educated, youngest folks are going to Phoenix, they're going to Nashville, they're going to Charlotte. So I think we have to be thoughtful about that. And I think if you're working for we're trying to run a business here in Silicon Valley, it's obvious. You're paying more for talent because that talent is having to make incredible choices about where they live and how far out they commute. And you're paying for that, and you're not getting access to the kind of labor pool you really ought to.
Let's get a couple questions in, and I have one final one for you guys. Questions in the audience? I see one over here, and one over there too, yeah. Good. And then we'll do them both, yeah.
I'm Jeff Greger. I'm from San Jose State University, and I'm really interested in the idea of housing segregation. So you guys had kind of brought that idea up of the people that are left are the ones that already have theirs. So that part was really interesting, and I'm really interested in what that could lead to in terms of local politics and really thinking about maybe even legal challenges. Some of these ideas, this coded language around character in neighborhoods. I'm living in Palo Alto, and I think about this whole idea of well, we don't want, as you had mentioned, we don't want certain types of development in certain areas, and nobody really wants affordable housing next to them. Is there another solution? There's something like vouchers that kind of puts people looking for affordable housing into the mainstream. Just kind of curious what our options are there.
The impact on income and racial segregation in the communities of the housing, of the cost rise.
I think when we build affordable housing, we don't try to segregate it. We really just try to find where's the land available, where is it appropriate, is it near transportation? Because it's so hard to find the land, we don't try to segregate it. But that's a different question when you talk about the community willing to support the project. So, yeah, do you want to add to it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess my only other my observation here would be, and the State Legislative Analyst's Office actually did a very good report on this earlier this year. We are seeing in this state, despite its great wealth, right? We're sixth largest economy in the world, an increasing sort of tale of two cities that's going on here in California. And what's interesting is that the data shows that for the last 20 years, essentially poorer communities have tended to get poorer, and wealthier communities have tended to get wealthier in California. That's actually not the historic pattern. The historic pattern for most of the 20th century was that communities tended to converge. So richer communities tended to see an influx of folks moving in to try and access those jobs. And so incomes tended to kind of converge back. But since about 1990, we've seen that pattern diverging. And in fact, one of the great tragedies in California is that the number of communities of concentrated poverty has actually steadily grown since the year 2000. We have more folks, more kids who are poor, growing up in poor neighborhoods. And we know from great work done by Raj Chetty at Stanford and others that severely constrains their outcome in terms of their likelihood of getting into the middle class. So sort of I think you can draw a picture right back down to some of the land use decisions that are happening here at the local level to say that this is part of the reason why folks, communities of color, low-income folks, grown-up poor, are more likely to stay that way. And I think that's a real problem for us here in California.
Worth noting that is occurring amid what is possibly the single greatest concentration of market wealth in one place in the history of humanity.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm Emily Leathers. About 2 months ago, I became a new homeowner in Scott Wiener's district because we realized we weren't going to be able to stay here and raise a family if rent kept increasing. I promised myself that I would keep myself away from NIMBY attitudes, and I'd push for that in my neighbors as well. And I'm just curious, what policies should I be putting my money, my lobbying, my vote behind?
That's great. And in fact, my final question was, what are the most practical things that can be done at every level of government now in the near term? So I will just piggyback on your question as a kind of a final thought.
I think to repeat at the local level, really encourage your local politicians to change the zoning and the land use regulations and really go out into the community. I think part of it is the community will. So let's really engage the community to have a change in mindset to allow for more housing and more density, even in their neighborhoods.
Yeah, I think if there's specific policies that you're looking to support, I think number one is supporting what is known as missing middle housing. So it's co-op housing, it's SROs, but it's also just kind of like houses that look like normal houses from the outside, but are actually duplexes or triplexes or quadplexes. It's actually amazing how much density you can get with houses that still look pretty much like normal houses, and we just don't do enough of that. It just seems like a notion that's kind of anachronistic to us at this point, but is actually very popular in Europe and makes for great communities.
Ben, final thought.
Yeah, two things. One, a lot of this is how I think is an education opportunity. We find surveys again and again show that when you ask the man or woman on the street what they think about a new building getting built in their neighborhood, whether they're a homeowner or even a renter, they're going to say, no, we don't want that. That's just going to make my rent higher or make my costs increase. And yet if you flip it around and you say to them, well, should we be building more dense housing in our community in order to give folks who needed a hand up or an opportunity, in order to let our kids grow in this community or let our service workers grow, then all of a sudden it flips right around and people overwhelmingly say, yes, we need to build here in our community because we owe those folks a chance. So I think we need to be very thoughtful about how we tell that story and frame the message. The second, I think Kate nailed it on this sort of organic growth. I think there's a huge opportunity to just do more with the communities that we have. One of the great legislative triumphs in the last session in Sacramento was a suite of bills that actually make it vastly easier to build accessory dwelling units in communities all up and down the state. You can now go in and add a second unit ministerially. You don't need to go and get your neighbors to approve it or go to a zoning council. It waives, in many cases, parking requirements or extra fees. So I think looking at the land we have and trying to figure out how we can creatively kind of get more out of it, I think is really important, particularly as we find a lot of boomers now aging up and having very large houses in a very small footprint.
Well, after a sustained discussion of the challenges and the problems, I think you've given us some terrific thoughts on what might be some of the solutions. So will you join me in thanking Kate, Candace, and Ben? And off we go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome Ben Parr, the co-founder and CMO of Octane AI. Sukinder Singh Cassidy is the founder and CEO of Joyous and founder of the Board List. Garrett Johnson is the co-founder of the Lincoln Network, and Del Medina is the director of the residency program at Code 2040. To lead the conversation, welcome back, Alexis Madrigal and Ron Brownstein.
Hello, you made it.
Why didn't I just walk?
This is our last panel. Congratulations, it's been a long day.
No, I'm not
Take
fine.
a nice breath out, almost done.
Yes.
Okay, now we're going to talk about Trump. Just again, make sure you know that's what's coming. This panel has really been assembled of leaders in the tech community and advocacy organizations to talk about what tech should be in this particular national moment, post the election, both nationally and also locally here. So, I guess, where do you want to start it, Ron?
So, I think the obvious place to start is what happened this afternoon. Donald Trump, president-elect, summoned leaders from this community to a meeting at Trump Tower that included all of his adult children, by the way, at the table. It's kind of an interesting little detail. After an election in which, by the calculations of the Center for Responsive Politics, this community, broadly speaking, contributed $32 to Hillary Clinton for every dollar they contributed to Donald Trump. If you look around the country at the centers of the new economy, in Silicon Valley, Seattle, Portland, Hillary Clinton won 3/4 of the vote. In Boston, 3/4 of the vote. In San Francisco, over 80% of the vote. Austin, 2/3 of the vote.
Don't forget Oakland.
Oakland, yeah. So pretty much everywhere you looked, whether it was the dollars or the votes, it was very lopsided. What explains that gulf, in your view? Is it fundamentally values, or is it interests? Is there an economic gap between their visions of what makes the economy work? Is it a question of personal values? Why was this community in such a different place than many voters elsewhere?
So, first of all, I just want to know, I just looked at the picture of the CEOs at Trump Tower. It looks like they were at a funeral.
Yeah.
Just take a look at that. But there's a couple aspects. One, it's not just, I think we think too much it's just Silicon Valley, but it's almost every city had, there's real dichotomies between cities and the rural countryside. And so I'm originally from small town, middle of nowhere, corn, soybeans, Illinois, Like we have the largest Walmart in the state of Illinois. That's like the best thing I can tell you. And while I love my hometown, diversity and things like that, there was one black family and one Jewish family, and the values are just so different than, say, in not just Silicon Valley, but in New York, in Los Angeles, in any major metropolitan area. And, I think especially in Silicon Valley, you have this value for how can we, support gay rights, fundamental rights. There's a stronger bent towards positive civil rights and seeing technology as a place for democratization of those rights. And it's not the same kind of thing, I would say, in rural areas. You don't have the same kind of issues. You don't have the same kind of things because, honestly, there's not as much diversity issues that you might have to deal with in the countryside than the city. I think the other thing is that you see, like in Silicon Valley, we are solving our own problems. That's part of the mantra of Silicon Valley, right? Solve your own problems. But we're solving the problems of city people, and that, Ubers and Postmates and other products like that. They're fantastic, but they're not solving the problems of the rest of the country, and it just created a greater disconnect than we realized until November.
To your point, Hillary Clinton won 88 of the 100 largest counties in America and won fewer than 1/6 of all the counties overall. She won fewer counties than anyone who's ever won the popular vote, I think, without question. But go ahead. What explains the gap?
The other thing that, of course, explains it is, so there's the social issues, which I agree with, and Silicon Valley's making products for itself with problems it understands. I think that's piece one. And I think piece two is the real issue around immigration and economic growth and the philosophy of the Valley, right, that everything is open. Everything is open, right? So that fundamental mindset, borders are open, talent should flow easily across borders, products should flow easily across borders, services should flow easily across borders, against a kind of very populist sentiment, right, and a protectionism sentiment. So I think, and again, there's a divide there because, we sort of predicate growth on opening up things globally. I mean, when you go to an average company in Silicon Valley, it's about, are you international? When are you international? Google, where I was for many, many years, prided itself on trying to get to 50% international growth, right, in revenues from as fast as possible, right? Yet the converse is here, again, in that economic divide, for most of the people who supported Trump, it was much more about how do I protect the job I have, whereas I think Silicon Valley sees like a irreversible trend that technology leads to openness and the need for new economy jobs and service-led jobs and knowledge-led jobs even more than service-led jobs. So that's the other key piece, I think, of this divide.
I think the points that have been made, I in some ways agree with, but I think a counter critique to the openness that was just described is a lack of openness to diverse ideological perspectives or,
I totally agree with
or
that,
cultural perspectives. I mean, how many people are we talking to who lead and live very different lives, live in very different communities than we do? And so I think this echo chamber, either in our social lives online or in our interpersonal work relationships in person, we discovered as a country that we are very disconnected from how other Americans live and exist on a day-to-day basis. And that's a problem and will only exacerbate and grow larger if it's not addressed. And so I think that's one point that led to the disparity or the disconnect for many people.
Can I just add that Silicon Valley is the tail that wags the dog economically. Like without Silicon Valley in the last 7 to 8 years, economically speaking across the US, we would be in big, big, big trouble. So that when we're talking about prosperity and we're talking about those economic chasms that we're currently seeing, that's an issue that we have. And that I would counter the narrative that we have an openness idea because the reality is that capital flows, product flows, people do not flow. We have a huge immigration reform issue that we need to deal with. And that openness as an ideology is something that we all espouse to do. But the reality is from this morning, our numbers are terrible in terms of diversity and inclusion. So when we're looking at what this word inclusion, the first time I saw it, knowing that I was going to come here, I suddenly realized, oh, this is the new nomenclature for integration. And that the ideas around integration that we had coming from the 60s and 70s, we still need to embody in some way, shape, or form, but we've actually discarded a lot of those great ideas, thinking that we could do better, rather than having iterated on them. Inclusion is integration. What does it look like to really create an integration plan in which we go from a working class economy to a digital economy? Like, that's the opportunity. And we in Silicon Valley have done a terrible job because we've been looking at the front of the class kids, and as a kid that was at the front of the class, I'll fully say that, like, how those of us who, wanted better educations, whose families strove for us to do better, and the back of the class kids who were supposed to get factory jobs, but the factories aren't here any longer.
So that so sets up kind of the next area. We talked about this before, and then please feel free to jump in. Exactly kind of, one of the big broad questions. When Steve Jobs died, Harold Meyerson wrote in the Washington Post a great column, and he said that Steve Jobs was the iconic American entrepreneur of the 21st century in the same way that Henry Ford was the iconic entrepreneur of the 20th century. The difference is, Harold said, is that Henry Ford created a middle class to buy his products through his workforce. And that Jobs, and not personally to him, but Jobs and Silicon Valley in general did not in the same way, at least not in the U.S. Just not in the U.S., right? And we're going to come to that in a minute about the China part. Can this engine ultimately, can this industry ultimately be an engine of mass prosperity and mass opportunity, or is it always going to be about providing a more limited slice of opportunity for the kids in the front of the class?
The reality is that our educational system is set up to make sure that you fail calculus. Like, that's the way our system is set up. I mean, our current system does not allow for 100% of the kids taking calculus to be successful at it. And as long as we have systems like that, we are not going to be able to break through. I just think so often of family members of mine who are smart, were hard workers, but because they went through a system that really just rejected who they were and the limitations that were put upon them and said, you do not belong here, it just makes it so much harder for them to strive to something bigger. And what would it look like if they had gone through a system that said, you do belong here, we want you to be here, and you're smart enough to learn calculus? That is a very different way of teaching. That is a very different manner in which to engage in workforce development, and we're just not there yet.
Yeah, I would say, and I think we need to remember this, that by and large, I think the tech industry has been insular in creating products for customers it knows, right? And that's true. On the other hand, I think we should not dismiss this point. Technology has been an enabler of small business and small business growth. I mean, let's just look at Google for a moment. The entire AdWords business is predicated on small businesses being able to generate demand for their products. And just think about that for a moment. It's the most powerful company, in the world of the internet era, I mean, we'll talk about Facebook in a moment, does in fact seed economic growth for small business and provides them a vehicle globally for them to have trade and services. So I think we just need to not solve this with one swath brush that says, technology does not create jobs. Bullshit. I mean, in certain ways it does. The collaborative consumption economy is bringing many people, the ability to earn extra income, and not just in the cities. And so I think it is far more nuanced. I agree. But I think in the companies that have succeeded, I think we have to parse it and say there is the opportunity for prosperity, right? Not all companies are created in Silicon Valley equally. Some will take money out of the pockets of people in rural America, right, to buy goods and services, and others will help create jobs. And I think that is one of the opportunities, right, and create demand for small business. That I think there are technology companies that are examples of driving economic growth. And I think our opportunity is to find those and amplify those examples.
I mean, I think one example we could look at, though, is just the Bay Area itself, right? We don't even have to go to Middle America. We just can go 5 minutes away from here at East Palo Alto, and we can say that, even in places where we have tremendous amounts of tech jobs, that the income inequality really, really has persisted, and in some places gotten worse, and exacerbated by all the other things we've been talking about today, housing, et cetera. What are the examples we can see, if anyone has any, where we do start to see tech companies that are driving? I mean, I'll give the example of one example. When you've got Blue Dot or these things that have delivery services, right? They've got to pack stuff in some places, and they end up generating warehouse jobs. And that doesn't always go well, but there are these other kinds of jobs. Are there other examples you can think of where we are starting to see jobs that are good?
Well, I mean, LinkedIn is another example, right? If you listen to Jeff Weiner speak, he talks about where the growth in jobs is. And by the way, he's not talking about the tech economy. He's largely talking about the need for education in trades and other alternatives. And so I think that there are examples. Again, I'm not here to defend tech. I mean, I just think it's a far more nuanced argument, right? And you have to pick, and to your point, e-commerce generates jobs. I mean, there are places where you can find staffing of a lot of people in manufacturing or other areas. But I think the real, and I will come back to it, I think the real challenge is, and I think this is it, Silicon Valley as a whole, right, places value on knowledge worker jobs, right? That is despite the fact that Google's getting into hardware and that will lead to manufacturing, whatever. Like as an industry, right, it is predicated on this idea that the knowledge worker is the supreme worker, right? And you will pay a lot to attract that worker, and hopefully he will spawn a multiplier, or she will spawn a multiplier effect.
Okay, so yes, we're really focused on the knowledge worker, but I do think that there is this, if we look 10 to 20 years down the line, there is this serious issue that's about to come, primarily because of automation. And I have this, like, we talk over and over again over the last 100 years, like, technology destroys old jobs and creates new ones. It's part of, like, the Ford, all that sort of thing. But I don't think that's going to happen this time around, and I know maybe one or two of my panelists will disagree with me, but I think when you look at what automation is going to actually do, with not just self-driving cars are just the most obvious one, whether that's 10 years or 30 years away, but it's also like, there's technologies for replacing baristas, there's technologies for replacing what paralegals do, there's technology that's replacing what even journalists do, and we are entering an era of the economy and of society, I believe, where the vast majority of the human race does not have to work in order for society to function, because automation takes care of most of those things. And and most of our identity and our purpose is tied to our jobs and to our careers. And if you take that away, what happens to society, especially when you're not prepared for it? Because the entire economic system and engine is around your job and you having a thing. 30 years ago, you could have been in manufacturing and pointed and said, I helped make that truck, I helped make that product. It's not the same thing now when if you're in a gig economy, you can't say the same kind of thing. And in another 20 years, none of those jobs might even exist. What's going to happen if we don't proactively solve that problem of there just will not be jobs that are needed for the vast majority of the human race?
I think we need to transform our education, as was pointed out, to be more consistent with the opportunities of the 21st century economy. If we're still based on an agrarian, standard of education that promotes college as the only solution to success, then we are going to be setting ourselves up for success for the dystopian future that was just described if and when machines take over the world. We don't want journalists to be out of work, so we want you all to be gainfully employed. But the rest of America, I think that there has been this wave of interest in artificial intelligence or work displacement throughout the centuries. In 1900, 41% of the economy was agriculture. In 2000, it was 2%. There are lots of people in this room who have found gainful employment that doesn't require you working on a farm. So economies in our country and other countries have made changes and evolved over time. Is this time different? You have had people throughout history who have made that claim that this time is different, and they have been wrong. So perhaps there are signals with artificial intelligence that point to a massive dislocation of jobs sometime in 10 to 100 years, perhaps. But I think we need to train young people. This conversation about retooling, retraining older workers, I think that's far more difficult. That's a far more difficult conversation. What we can focus on is transforming the education system so that a young person with a smartphone and access to peer-to-peer technologies can become an entrepreneur and create their own opportunities.
We're going to bring in the audience for questions, but I want to throw up one slide. I think we have a slide here. It kind of goes to Ben's point. We're somewhere on this trajectory. It was a calculation recently done by the publication The Information, looking at how many employees these different companies had at the point they reached $200 billion in market capitalization. And obviously Amazon, is in a different place, but it is a very stark. You can generate that level of wealth with so many fewer employees in the new construct. I mean, that really is kind of a dramatic number. Is that kind of the trajectory that we're heading toward?
I do argue that it is different. And when you see numbers like that, you're seeing that concentration. You do not need as many people to generate as much wealth, as much resources, as much knowledge as you did in the past. And look, it's not a dystopian future where people don't have jobs. It actually could be a very good thing in the sense of what automation does is open people to having more time to do the things they actually want to do, whether it's being artists, creativity, education, whatever they want to be able to do. We just don't have an economic system that is built or designed for it, because we can't even conceive that that is what the future might possibly be. And if we're not even thinking about it, that's where the issues actually happen.
Garrett, hold that thought. Let's bring in the audience because we want to leave time for a robust conversation. You can add it as people.
So Roy Bahat with Bloomberg Beta is doing a lot of research on this. We had him for an event on Monday. He has done focus groups with truck drivers in Middle America, and when he raises the question of, do you want a UBI? Do you want this type of government transfer? They say no. We want jobs. And that's going to be a big disconnect.
Yeah.
All right,
The issue also, can I just add
sure,
to this?
please, yeah.
The issue that we have also culturally is that when you're talking about a jobless future, I know what joblessness looks like right now. I have families who are jobless, and that looks like poverty.
Right.
So that when you're talking about this amazing future, for many of us, joblessness does not look like going to Tuscany to do watercolors. And
No, I agree.
So that,
I agree.
and more importantly, we've also been on the brunt end when you're talking about welfare reform and being welfare queens and all of those things, so that when you're talking about a universal income, without a cultural context, you're not selling it to us. So when you're talking to those truck drivers, the question should be, if we train you to have a fleet of trucks so that you all can be driving 5 or 6 trucks at the same time and be making good money, would you buy into that? That is the question that they should have been asked. It isn't, can you replace yourself and do you want to be replaced?
All right,
it's how do you want to transform, how do you work with the tools that you already know how to work with?
Let's go to the folks in the audience. Do we have questions?
James Hines from the Athletes Council. We're basically focused on using older, experienced athletes to encourage student athletes on their college-bound journey. I think the panel on the gentleman on the far end and the lady who just spoke are echoing the same things, but from different point of views. But let me frame it this way. When we say a jobless future, that doesn't mean, why does it have to mean dystopia or poverty? That's a notion that it could mean, as the gentleman, I think, alluded to, an awesome opportunity for living and exploring life. But to your point, as I'm a gentleman from the South, I'm from Kentucky, I lived in California, I worked across the world, so I get all points of it as 50-plus years old. My question is, we have a lot of persons from those areas I just mentioned to who really don't get the amazing point that you said that you can learn calculus. Sal Khan of Khan Academy has proved a point. An excellent teacher can teach anything. We need more excellent people teaching that you can be anything. And that is what's culturally ingrained in most people, that you believe if you're an athlete, you can be this. If you're an actor, you can be this. If you are a person who does this. People don't buy into the notion that you can be anything because, number one, they don't have amazing people teaching them what they can do correctly.
All right, so let's go to the, okay, there we go. You want to respond to that? Or?
No, I think when you're talking about going from an agrarian system to a mechanized system, the reality is that our school systems are still set up in a 19th century school model, and that we're not, and when we're talking about education reform, we're also not taking into consideration that most public school students right now are Black or Latinx. So it is both a cultural construct that is very different from what the average student used to be even just 10 years ago, and at the same time having to update to 21st century needs, not to teach what to think, but how to think. And it is that difficult conversation that I question, what is that going to look like with the upcoming administration when they've promised people that jobs are coming back, when we fully know that robotics are coming down the line, and what's going to happen when those two things come to a crossroads?
So, I won 2 NCAA championships in college, so I appreciate I appreciate what you're doing. I also have 3 nephews and a son, and I am teaching them, encouraging them to think about entrepreneurship as the solution, not sports as the ticket to success or college as a ticket to success. And so I think it is really a transformation of culturally the way that we socialize our young people in whatever environment that they grow up in, but then also structurally our educational system, how are we going to reframe young people for the future?
Can I just bring this all the way back though? When you think about that, training, you both said it, training people to be system thinkers, how to think, not what to think, training in entrepreneurship and makership. Let's just bring that all the way back. That chart, interesting chart. What it doesn't show is the entire affected economy around those jobs, because that is the thesis of what is one of the more powerful things about technology, right? That you can employ 50,000 people here, but create an entire economy outside of this. So I don't think this is an accurate picture, actually, because I don't think it shows the effect.
The multiplier effect.
The multiplier effect of certain types types of technology companies, right? Like, as I said, Google spawned many businesses that would otherwise not be viable. I can't say the same thing about Facebook. Apple spawned many companies out of the app economy. Now, you have to ask yourself, do those spoils go disproportionately to people who already are inherently entrepreneurial or system thinkers? That may be the educational problem, right? Which is, even to take advantage of these technologies, if you're not living in Silicon Valley but somewhere else, you need a new set of training to be able to take
Well,
it.
the multiplier effect has been, fairly consistent, that you get, for tech jobs, you get a few more jobs in the economy. But even if you multiply those numbers, you don't get.
I understand, but my point is, it's not an apples to apples comparison, right? Firstly,
Or
again,
Apple,
for certain
Apple to Ford.
Apples to Ford.
In this
And
case,
for
yes.
certain types of tech platforms.
The only other point I want to add is with, part of what has happened is, I believe, a failure in education overall. And we think a little bit too much about the education K through 12, which does need lots of reform and needs to be moved into the new century. But it's also the continued education that is just not happening, where it's just not happening across the board. And that is part of the result where the people's educations are coming from Facebook and fake news as a result of that. And they don't have they're not using the critical thinking skills to be like, that doesn't make sense for some kind of logical reason. And not being exposed to other ideas. Part of the beauty of college and even in high school, and that is you're exposed to other people, other ideas, forced into other interactions. And that's not happening as much. And the education stack there's just no education stack once you go past college.
Let's come back
Trump
to exposure
University is coming to a city near you.
Whether you like it or not.
Here.
Hi, I'm Dolores Bernardo, and I'm a Silicon Valley resident, and I work at Airbnb. And I'm in learning and development. I'm curious, you've already kind of touched on it, but when I think of Silicon Valley from a learning perspective, I think of our mindset, which is adaptability, critical thinking, that open mentality that Sukhinder talked about. And I wonder what's our role in helping kind of entire states who might not, be open to this type of thinking, kind of get in that way of thinking. So I'm curious, what is our leadership role in that?
Well, I think you hit on it, Dolores, and I think, there's a couple things. So when I talked about Silicon Valley being open and we talked about the critique of that, I think we should all identify one thing, which is one of the flaws of Silicon Valley is they only want to solve really large problems. Okay, so in some ways we skip over the state, we skip over our cities, we skip over local problems because they're not big enough, right, to go solve some world problem, while in our backyard, right, we're flailing. And I think that's part of the very just criticism. So I think when we think about these, if there is a silver lining to kind of the change in administration, I think for the first time Silicon Valley sort of opened its eyes and said, gosh, you can't talk about being a part of a society where you're trying to solve problems in China, yet you're not trying to solve problems at home. And so I do think to date, we've been dependent on the benevolence of certain large tech companies to engage, whether you are Google.org or whether you're Facebook and you're moving into Menlo Park, East Palo Alto, and you need to do something because you're going to have a campus there. I think we have to find some structural way to incent technology people into kind of solving city and state problems, right? And how do you attract the best talent to that? And I think it may take other vehicles, whether it's the Teach for America type model for Code for America. There has to be some incentive structure where we can send smart people to work on these problems, right?
Well, to the governmental point, 30 seconds on it is, a lot of other places are trying. You go all over the country. I've done 2 trips for the Atlantic to about 15 different cities, looking at the types of things we're trying to do to incent the kind of technology job growth that we've seen here. And there are some successful examples, but it's usually places that already have the assets. Like Pittsburgh has done really well, but they also have Carnegie Mellon, which turns out to have been done exactly the right kind of research for today's sort of robotics world. So people are trying. I think somehow, sometimes I think we attribute too much to the mindset and not enough to just luck and money.
And vehicles.
Historical luck.
And vehicles. You have to make it easy for people to want to do that. I mean, Teach for America is an interesting model, right? They made it easy and attractive for smart young people to want to engage, right? And we have to find models.
And I work in 7 cities across the U.S. I have an entrepreneur in residence in each one of these cities that's a tech founder of color. And it's also been fascinating for me to travel across the U.S. and be working in places like Detroit and Nashville and Durham and Chicago and Austin, Minneapolis, and here in San Francisco. and realizing that they don't want to copy our systems. And I'm like, yay for you. They have no interest. They're like, we want to build technology based upon our own needs. More importantly, most of those businesses need to be cash flow positive quickly because they don't have a whole bunch of VCs up the street that are going to be like, how much do you want, you know? And they're building real value. They're building real revenue. They're hiring people. These are the challenges that they're meeting head on, and that's the great opportunity. And I just look forward to maybe seeing something like this in rural communities where people also see the opportunity for them to build something. But this is the other counterpart of it all. How many job recs do big companies have right now open? We're going to have a job gap. I think the number is 300 million. I always get that wrong, so please Google it. But it's a number that's so staggering, which is the reason I always forget it, because we're going to need skilled force labor. Like, that's just the reality. We do need coders. We need designers. We need product managers. We need all of these things. And there's jobs currently not being taken advantage of because we don't have a skilled workforce.
Let's go right here.
Hi, Leela Pedersen. Thank you for this conversation. And one of the things that always baffles me when people say that automation is going to put people out of the work is when I drive from my house, I drive over 6 potholes and 2 blocks. And so if that were true, why is that problem not solved? And to your point, how can we incentivize the work on important issues that aren't being solved? And President Obama has said that government often works on these issues because others won't. And so is the solution sending technologists into government? Is the solution incentivizing companies to work on more pressing problems, or is it some combination?
So to the credit of President Obama, he has created an on-ramp for entrepreneurs and innovators, technical and non-technical, to come into government, U.S. Digital Service, 18F. These things didn't exist before he created them. There's nothing like that for Congress. There's nothing like that for the state legislature in California or for the other 49 states around the country. So I think that there is a desperate need for government to open themselves to these types of opportunities. But the tech community is also going to have to get engaged and create a sense of excitement about this and really push the agenda. I think it's very much needed. Also, to the credit of Silicon Valley, Paul Graham, who's founder of Y Combinator, one of his first articles was about economic inequality. Now, he got a lot of pushback because of the tone of the article, but, a few months after that article came out, they launched a program to explore universal basic income as a policy solution potentially to significant job dislocation. So Silicon Valley has, and I think will have an important role to play in these policy discussions, and I think it's an important role that we have to embrace.
We have one last person waiting patiently, so let's see if we can squeeze it in.
Hi. Thank you. This has been a really interesting discussion, but I think I just heard you say that all of us at some point will become or need to become entrepreneurs, and that strikes me as magical thinking. Most people are not entrepreneurs. That's why entrepreneurs are sort of unusual. And we just spent the whole day talking about money being drained out of public education, and now we're talking about how everybody has to be retrained and trained better. We spent the whole morning talking about problems that Silicon Valley has not been able to fix at home. So then to say, but automation is coming and we should send Silicon Valley ideas elsewhere to fix it, just seems, like hubris. Like we've reverted to the Silicon Valley stereotype that looks at the successes and ignores the failures.
So I agree with you that not everyone can and should be an entrepreneur. If you just think logically about how an economy where every person was an entrepreneur, it doesn't work. Yeah. You have to have it. It doesn't work just at all. Look, it's great that we have, the fostering this innovation sphere and all that fun stuff. But it does go in the sense where, I see a bunch of college kids that, instead of, finishing up college or going to work for a company and getting training for at least a couple of years, they go off and they try to do a company, and that doesn't turn out into anything because they were not prepared, they had not trained. It was like some hubris. It's the new American dream in some ways.
So I agree with your critique, but I think you missed my point. There's a difference between being a Silicon Valley venture-backed entrepreneur and having a side hustle.
Yes.
You know, my mom always told me, baby, you better have a plan A, B, and C.
Yes.
You know, so while everyone can't start a venture-backed company, while everyone is not going to build an app, people can become more entrepreneurial and think about ways to create value where that they can support their livelihoods.
Yeah, let's give some nuance. Like the way that entrepreneurism has become defined in the last 10 years is not what we're talking about, because I think that that is hubris. It doesn't work for everybody. On the other hand, yes, you should have A, B, and C all at the same time. As my aunt used to say, I used to have 7 jobs, and if you don't have 7 jobs, you're like failing, you know? But there's something about the fact that entrepreneurship across the US is also down 20 to 30% depending on whose stats you believe in, which is also leading to income inequality because we don't have enough people creating new opportunities, jobs, products, and meeting those needs that are currently being unfilled. And you have huge, massive companies that are amassing a whole bunch of wealth, and that's squelching it. And that even if you're working at I don't care what kind of job you have, corporate, government, whatever, you have to have an entrepreneurial mindset when you're doing this work in a 21st century economy. That you need to be advocating for yourself. You need to be looking at new projects and programs. You need to be filling new ways to fill those potholes if you're working in the city. How is it that you do that? Because jobs, as we know it, of being able to come in at 9 and leaving at 5 and being okay with that is no longer enough.
This audience has been very patient, and I don't want to keep them longer, but maybe as a way to button up this conversation and the whole day, one thing we learned in this election, unquestionably, is that there are a lot of people who feel that the pathway to opportunity has been closed off to them. And it's certainly true in, you know, non-urban, white working class, small town, white working class communities in the Midwest. It's true in a lot of low-income communities in the biggest cities that are otherwise thriving. So maybe as a final question, at least from my end, and feel free to amend, you know, this is really seen as the capital of opportunity in the country. I mean, this really is the place, as someone said, that more than anywhere else has been, you know, succeeding even when the rest of the economy falters. What are the most important things that Silicon Valley and the tech community in general can do you think, as they go forward to kind of widen the circle of opportunity that they are involved in creating?
Education.
But we're all going to say education, so
Yes.
for just to say something different,
Yes.
I think for the Valley, it's about thinking of problems big and small. I mean, I think the Valley is very self-obsessed with large problems. There are a lot of small problems that, you know, when I say small, I mean important problems in our communities, in our states, you know, that need as much muscle and manpower, right, intellectual manpower as problems across the globe.
I think it's thinking about non-traditional alliances. You know, we've been talking about education reform. You know, that involves charter schools and, you know, all types of various schemes, voucher programs that, you know, depending on where you fall on the political spectrum, you are either for or you are against. Well, those lines are blurring.
Yeah.
And I think they're blurring in Silicon Valley, and we see that they were blurred throughout Middle America. So, you know, looking at how can we build non-traditional alliances.
There's that little symbol that you can look up. It's build, measure, learn. We need to do that culturally. What is it that we're building? How are we measuring it? And what are we learning from it? How is it that we're going to rebuild? That sense of making needs to really be embedded in all the work that we do.
Great.
I mean, from my perspective, tech has enjoyed a very privileged relationship, both with the government and with people at large. You know, there was the brands that these companies had a few years ago, you know, almost all of the most valuable and most trusted brands were tech companies. So we kind of looked the other way when we had people going in and out of Google and Facebook into the government and then back out. Although in other circumstances, we would call that a revolving door. Mm-hmm. And we would say, like, if you saw oil companies doing that or energy companies or agribusiness, you'd say, like, hey, is that exactly how we want these things to run? And I think now that you have a new administration, I think that the tech community has to decide whether they were just sort of interested in the power or whether, and so therefore they're going to deal with any president, and they're going to do that with any president, or that they actually did have some set of values that jibed with the Obama administration and the people who were in that government, and that won't necessarily with the Trump administration. And I think it's going to be I don't know if it's advice, but it's certainly going to be a fascinating test of what the tech industry is, whether it stands for something aside from being an economic.
Tumultuous years, both internally looking and outward looking. So Margaret, if you have some final thoughts for after this terrific day. First, join me in thanking this panel.
Thank you.
And thanks to you for sticking with us
Yes.
through a fascinating but long day.
Thank you. I won't try to expand on the last brilliant summaries of what everybody had to say. Well, thank you all, first of all. I'm standing between everybody in this room and a cocktail, so I'm going to be brief. I will just say that I think today was proof that we are at a pivotal moment and that the issue of inclusion, both in the workplace and in the communities where we live, is cresting. I think proof there was the crowd that came and stayed all day, so I want to thank you for that. I also want to thank our underwriters who, as I would like to say, especially in the instance of this gathering, you put a stake in the ground for this conversation today, and I think that was actually a really important act of saying that it mattered. It mattered to you, and it mattered to the people in the Valley. First, the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, Intel, Google, the Hewlett Foundation, Capital One, Steelcase, and PayPal. Thank you all. I also want to give a shout out to Mayor Sam Liccardo, who was on the stage today. The mayor and his staff were extraordinary, actually giving us a window into the Valley and introducing us to people we needed to know. Thank them. And I want to thank this audience because you are all busy people, and the act of sitting in a room for a day and having serious discussion is probably the most valuable thing we could ever ask for. For that, you get cocktails and nibbles and each other. Enjoy the afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.